Good morning. Hey guys, how's everybody today? Before we get started, in case you haven't heard, yesterday, um, and usually I don't talk about these things because I don't want to draw attention to them. Um, I hope I don't start crying again. Um, the reason why this one hit me so hard is because I used to work on a college campus. Um, FSU had a shooter yesterday. Um, College campuses are different than high school campuses. They're smaller, easily locked down. College campuses are like part of the town. Um, when I worked at the hospital, I worked on campus, on UF campus. This was Florida State. So this was up in Tallahassee. Madam is fine. I talked to her yesterday. Um, Two people were killed and they were not students. So that scared me even more. Um, but because I didn't know where her office was, and it was at lunchtime. And one of the accounts, I don't know if it's true or not, because there's been so many false accounts. Was that he was just behind the bushes shooting randomly. So I mean, it could have been people on the sidewalk, because that's the way colleges are laid out. I mean, you can drive just the roads to get places in Gainesville or just, through campus. So if there's a shooter on campus, anybody's fair game. So, it was really scary to me. Um, if we don't start crying again. I mean, I don't live in Gainesville anymore. I did. Um, but living in a college town or near a college town, it made it hit home to me. So, anyways, just let's keep everybody in our prayers. Two people died, six were injured, as well as the shooter who was injured by police. And the shooter's mother is a deputy. Um, they what they do when they get new service revolvers, um, they get the option to purchase their old ones. So it was, don't be nice to me, you'll make me cry more. um, so they get the option to purchase their old one. So it was one of her old service revolvers that he used. So, and that's all I know so far. But when I found out it was a female deputy, I was like, oh, she gonna kill him. But they're all in the hospital. One was in critical, and the rest was, I don't know about him, but of the students that were injured, one was in critical. No, one was in serious, and the rest were in critical. So it's bad. So I'm not heard as of today um, whether any of them have been downgraded or if they've gotten worse. I don't know. Um, but it just really hit home because it's so different. I mean, yeah, high school shootings are horrible, don't get me wrong, but it's different when it's a college because a college is part of the town. If you've never been to a college town, it's so much different because a college is integrated into the town. Like, there are restaurants and shops and all kinds of things that's on campus, and anybody can go to them. They're mostly frequented by students, but Like one of the dispensaries that I don't go to because it's on campus. I've been to it once, but it's set up for students. Basically, there's no parking there. That's why I don't go, because I have to park and walk. And who's going to walk to the dispensary? Because that's why you need that, because you're in pain and you can't walk. So there's no parking there. So I went once. I'm like, okay, never again. I have to walk too far to get in there. Um, but there's restaurants, there's shops, yeah, yeah. It's huge. It's absolutely, it's part of the town. There's like not one. It's not like a high school where it's like a controlled small area. It's blocks and blocks of the town. And the news report kept saying it was 487,000 acres, and I was like, nope. It's 487 acres. 487, not 487,000 acres. It's big, but it's not that big. So yeah. So let's keep them in our prayers, and just be very glad that Madam is okay, because I still don't know. Um yeah, yeah. So that was my scare for yesterday. So, and I'm sorry that I was late. I was playing peekaboo with Shadow. She was between like the printed shower curtain and the plastic one. Like her whole body and her tail was sticking out, but she had her head in there. And I would pull the curtain back and go peekaboo, and she just was sitting there. And I'm like, this is not fun, Shadow. This is the lamest game of peekaboo I've ever played. But she just stood there with her head in between the curtains. And then I looked at the clock and I went, oh crap, it's 8 o'clock. um, so I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have 5 parts pulled up. Oh, and she did something else that was so sweet. She doesn't do it very often. I was petting her and like giving her little kitty massages. She actually laid down and rolled over onto her back. I didn't touch the tummy. I know better. But just the fact that she bared her belly to me, I was like, oh, she trusts me. She doesn't do that very often. So I've got 5 parts pulled up. One is like a half hour long, and it's Christine Hinto. I'm guessing that's another criminalist. And then 4 parts of Dr. Lynn Harold. She's um the lead criminalist, head criminalist, whatever. We've seen her before, and I don't know if she might have been in that hearing, like the first hearing about that piece of evidence or whatever. I don't know. We've seen her before. And I can't remember if it was in testimony before the jury or if it was out of the presence of the jury. Um, but and they're like an hour a piece. So if you guys get bored, we won't watch all 4 of them, because criminalist testimony can get boring. So if you happen to if you guys start dropping like flies, we'll stop for the day if it gets boring. Because we don't want to do too much boring at once. So I'm ready to get back to. I guess we're not going to hear from any more ex-girlfriends. I'm ready to get back to some spicy stuff. Okay, Terry, that sounds like fun. I'm gonna try to go to church Sunday, but I never know how I'm gonna feel. But and I haven't been because of my health for like a really long time. But I'm feeling much better now, and it's time to start back. I just feel like it's time to start back. But I hate going back on a holiday, like a church holiday. You know how, like, because it's always full of people, because that's either the time where people are like, I'm going to start going to church, or it's people that only go to church on like church holidays like Easter and Christmas and stuff. So I don't like going back to church on those days because it makes me feel like a hypocrite. So, but watch. On Sunday, I'll flare or something and won't make it. I shouldn't say that. Y'all just pray for me. But my back has been so bad. Like, here I can shift and move and get up and walk. And well, I mean, I guess I can do that at church too, but it's awkward. And then you got people that are like, are you okay? Can I get you anything? What can I do for you? And it's just like, no, I'm fine. This is my norm.
Thank you, Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Pinto. Thank you for coming. What do you do for a living?
I'm a senior criminalist for the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, Scientific Services Bureau, commonly it's the only agency I've ever been a criminalist for.
Do you know Steve Dowell by any chance?
Yes, I do.
And he's a criminalist for the coroner's office.
Yes, he is.
Did you tell us how long you've been there? I'm sorry.
I did, approximately 9 years.
Could you tell us your background, training, and experience?
Yes, I have a Bachelor of Science degree in Forensic Science from John Jay College of Criminal Justice, which is part of the City University of New York. After graduation, I worked at the college teaching forensic science laboratory courses and as a laboratory technician. I've been employed at the Sheriff's Crime Lab for approximately 9 years, and I've received on-the-job training in various areas of expertise, including gunshot primer residue.
And I think we've learned during this trial that the criminalists have various areas of expertise, and sometimes they are moved from section to section. What is your current area of expertise?
I'm currently assigned to the trace evidence section,
which would include
hairs, fibers, glass, paint, shoe prints, tire tracks, arson and explosive evidence, and gunshot primer residue.
Okay. Let me ask you, oh, by the way, John Jay College, I think you said that was in New York, for our friends from New York.
Yes, it is.
In fact, that college is primarily, if not exclusively, devoted to criminal justice issues, isn't that correct?
That's correct.
Do you know a person by the name of Michelle Lepisto?
Yes, I do.
And how do you know that person?
She is a colleague of mine, and she's one of the individuals that trained me for gunshot residue analysis.
She currently works in the Sheriff's Department Crime Lab?
Yes, she does. She's assigned to a different unit currently.
Now, I'd like to invite your attention back some time ago to February, March of 2003, was Ms. Lepisto assigned to the same gunshot residue section that you were at the time?
Yes, she was, and she had been so for approximately 10 years prior to that.
So based on your working relationship with her, do you know much of her background, how long she'd been employed by the crime lab?
I know that she has over 25 years experience as a criminalist with the Sheriff's Department. She had some law enforcement experience prior to that. She spent over 10 years in the trace evidence section. She has a Bachelor of Arts degree from Cal State Northridge, and she has a Master of Science degree in criminalistics from California State University at Los Angeles.
And I think you mentioned earlier, when you came into the crime lab, she trained you in this area, is that
Yes, she
correct?
did. She was one of the individuals.
Well, we've asked you here today to tell us about the results from two specific tests that both you and Ms. Lepisto looked at. And let's just get all the numbers out of the way here so we do the housekeeping. Both these tests are under the sheriff's incident number of 030017319900. Is that correct?
Do you mind if I refer to my file?
Probably be a good idea. Okay, great.
Would you mind reading that number one more time?
Okay, sure. 30-0017-3199-011.
Correct.
Okay, so that's the case we're talking about.
Yes, it
And
is.
as we've mentioned before, in the sheriff's department, one criminal incident always carries the same case number. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so everything, all the testing and everything that's done in that one case would always carry that case number.
Right, it falls under this umbrella file number.
Okay. Then we're going to talk today, and the reason, as I mentioned, you came here is to talk about the results of two different GSR, or gunshot residue tests that were conducted, and one on Adriana D'Souza and the second on Phil Spector. Do you have those reports with you?
Yes, I do.
And just to finish our housekeeping, let's first turn to Mr. D'Souza's test.
Just only next one question, it's hearsay, and she did an independent analysis over what's supervised.
Pardon? I'm sorry, I didn't hear it, but maybe I can guess.
She's objecting to the report by another criminalist unless somewhere she relied on it or she supervised it.
She did the peer review, Your Honor. In other words, she reviewed all the reports and all the documents and the testing data as part, and that's the next area we're going to talk about.
The objection is overruled.
Thank you. Just to finish our housekeeping with the D'Souza test, that was gunshot residue kit number what?
27637.
Okay. And each one of these kits, as we've talked about, has their own unique number, and that always follows on all the tests, correct?
That's correct.
And all the reports.
Correct.
And then there's also a lab receipt number, and I think we've talked about that. In this incident with Mr. D'Souza and this GSR test, it has a lab number. Could you tell us that?
Yes, that's J322328.
And the lab receipt is unique to this test results. Is that right?
This particular kit.
Now, do you have the report in front of you?
Yes, I do.
And do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
And that is official record, business record of the Sheriff's Department?
Yes, it is.
Done at or near the time of the testing and report?
Yes.
And it was done by whom?
It was done by Michelle Lepisto.
Who you knew to be an employee at the time,
Yes.
whose duty was to do such tests and make such reports,
Yes.
is the one we're talking about.
Yes.
Peer review, I mentioned that to the judge in an answer to his question to me a moment ago. In the context of this type of testing, the testing of a gunshot residue kit, what does peer review mean?
Peer review is the same thing as a technical review. All of the work in our section and in other sections of the laboratory as well require a technical review, which is an independent review. Basically, I'm given the documentation provided to me by Ms. Lepisto, and I need to determine whether or not I agree with her findings.
So you would have the report, at least a draft of the report that we've referred to, that's a business record of the Sheriff's Department, correct?
Yes.
That outlined exactly what gunshot residue kit she looked at with respect to Mr. D'Souza. Is that right?
That's correct.
And what date did she do that on?
The draft report was dated on February 26th of 2003.
And so you would take that draft report and what other documents to complete your peer review of her report with respect to Mr. D'Souza?
I am basically supplied with all of the instrumental data, everything that she generated at the time of the examination, all of her paperwork, all of the documentation that supports her opinion is given to me for an independent review.
and I'm sure I should have asked you this, I'm sure that in your career there at the Sheriff's Crime Lab, you've done a lot of these tests, the initial tests yourself. In other words, analyzing a gunshot residue.
I have. I've done hundreds of them.
And you, as I've said, you aren't the first gunshot residue criminalist here, so we'll do it briefly. But what do you do to accomplish that?
To do the actual analysis, we'll receive the sample in the laboratory. At this time, the samples needed to be prepared in a certain fashion before they were analyzed. A concentration procedure was performed. That's when the left and the right disc samples were combined onto a single filter. That filter was then mounted onto a stub, which was placed on the stage of an instrument and scanned back and forth for the presence of gunshot primer particles, and specifically lead, barium, and antimony.
And then you look at the through the instrument, right? And you come to some conclusion.
Yes.
And you record it.
Yes.
And is that exactly what Ms. Lepisto did with respect to the Adriana D'Souza report, that's the official Sheriff's Department record you have in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you conducted your peer review, you gathered up all these documents, correct?
Correct.
And you analyzed them, is that right?
I examined the documents.
And did you come to your own independent conclusion with respect to this gunshot residue kit we've talked about, 27637?
I did, and my conclusions agreed with her findings.
And what were those?
For this particular kit?
Yes.
That no particles consistent with or unique to gunshot primer residue were detected.
So with respect to the gunshot residue test administered to Adriana D'Souza, Ms. Lepisto and you independently found no particles at all on his hands.
That's correct. The result was negative.
And as we talked about with other witnesses, there's specific particles and general particles. Is that right?
Right.
Okay. And none of those were found.
Neither, correct.
And what does that mean? What's the conclusion?
The conclusions is that, in essence, the result is inconclusive, meaning no conclusions can be drawn from this negative result. No statement can be made about somebody's involvement with a firearm based upon a negative finding.
Okay. Now, I'd like to turn to a second report, and this is for gunshot residue kit 24468. Do you have that one for Phil Spector?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And again, like
So does that mean you can be negative for gunshot residue, but still could have shot the gun?
the report with respect to Adriana D'Souza, does that appear to be an official record of the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department Crime Lab?
Yes, it does.
Okay, and that was prepared by who? Who did the initial test?
Michelle Lepisto did that examination as well.
Okay, and when was that done?
The 20th of 2008, and the draft report was generated on February 26th of 2003.
And like the earlier report that we talked about, this report and results has its own lab receipt number, correct?
Yes, it
And
does.
that is?
It's J322329.
Now, from the report that you have in front of you that, again, was completed by Ms. Lepisto in the normal course of business, it was part of her job, right?
Yes,
And she completed at or near the time of the results of the test.
yes.
Is that right? Does it appear that she followed the same kind of procedures that you would, that anyone in the crime lab who's qualified to do this would perform to accomplish this test?
Yes,
Those are the comments that you made earlier.
yes.
And did you, in this examination of the GSR kit that was used on Phil Spector's hands, did you do the peer review in this case also?
Yes, I did.
So explain to us exactly what you did in this matter.
Similarly to the previous kit, I received all of Ms. Lepisto's documentation, all of the instrumental data, all of the documentation of her individual findings, and I reviewed them to see if I concurred with those.
And when did you do those?
I did that on February 27th of 2003.
And what were your results?
Just study the record records, me and Jeff.
All right, thank you.
Ms. Lepisto's examination conclusions, which I agreed with, were that 1 particle unique to gunshot primer residue and 1 particle consistent with gunshot primer residue were found on the combined left and right hand disc samples.
So then you came to some conclusion, did you?
I agreed with those findings.
All right, and they were?
The same, 1 particle unique to gunshot primer residue and 1 particle consistent with gunshot primer residue.
And does that, can you draw any conclusion from that?
Those results are consistent with an individual having handled or discharged a firearm, having been in close proximity to a discharged firearm, or otherwise having come into another source of gunshot primer residue.
So you can't tell whether that person, based on this test and this test alone, either actually fired the weapon or was just close to the weapon.
Right, that's absolutely true. I cannot identify the shooter based upon the results of this test.
Is there any technology that's known to you as a criminalist at the Sheriff's Crime Lab that can identify actually who fired a weapon? Is there any technology around now that can do that?
Not that I'm aware of.
So the best it can tell you is, well, maybe they fired it or maybe they didn't, but they were in the area?
Right. The best this examination can tell me is if somebody is in an environment of gunshot primer residue, and I can offer possible explanations of what those environments might be.
And in your earlier, when we talked about the Adriana D'Souza test, the conclusion was there was no conclusion. It was inconclusive.
That's correct. Based upon how these particles are formed and deposited and how they naturally fall off in fairly short succession, I can't tell if they were ever there to begin with or they were just never picked up during the collection.
I don't want to. What good? Is there some real good to this test?
Yeah, I told Travis, I said, I hope no one that I know, especially no one that I know and dislike, I hope nothing ever happens to them because my Google searches will hang me. I'm a true crime YouTuber. I didn't do it. I promise. I'm just a YouTuber. I'm a true crime YouTuber. I didn't do it. I swear.
Can be, and actually I get asked that fairly often. This is an investigative tool that at best can put somebody in an environment of gunshot primer residue. It's most useful if someone denies any involvement with a firearm. They weren't there, they had nothing to do with it, they don't know anything about it, and we find gunshot primer residue on his or her hands. It's just good investigative information, but more often than not, people are looking to identify a shooter. This test certainly will not do that.
As you told us earlier, there's no specific test that can actually show you that.
Correct.
Okay. When you say an investigative tool, do you often report this kind of test to detectives early on in an investigation?
We do, depending on the case circumstances.
To kind of help show them one direction or another.
Correct.
Is that right?
Well, it doesn't even really carry that much weight, but it can provide some useful information.
Okay. So when you call it an investigative tool, really no more, that's what you mean.
That's exactly
right?
correct, yes.
Let's talk just a little bit about gunshot residue on a person's hands, okay? Are you aware of any information that tells you whether or not that stuff sticks forever to somebody's hands, or does it fall off over a period of time?
Based upon studies in the literature that I've read, approximately 90% of the particles fall off within the first hour. And that's assuming normal hand activity. That's not attempting to remove the particles in any sort of way. Any sort of friction activity with your hands, such as wiping your hands or washing your hands and putting your hands in and out of your pockets, that will easily dislodge the particles. So assuming they were once there to begin with, simply for the passage of time, they will no longer be there after several hours.
Okay. Several hours? Can you be more specific than that?
6 to 8 hours.
Okay.
Typically.
Could be more, could be less?
It could be seconds if somebody washes their hands. But again, assuming normal hand activity, we don't expect to find any gunshot residue particles on someone's hands after 6 to 8 hours.
Now, when you talk about normal hand activity, does that just mean walking around and putting your hands in your pocket or picking up a pencil or
Correct.
opening the door?
Yes.
That sort of thing?
Correct.
And if someone washed their hands or scrubbed their hands, that would be different and change this time frame.
Yes, correct.
You could lose these particles almost immediately after engaging in that kind of conduct.
That's correct.
Now, in your experience with gunshot residue testing, are hands different than clothing?
They're different in the sense that if we do have a positive result on hand samples, at best we can say that that indicates a recent activity with a firearm or with a gunshot primer residue. When it comes to clothing, not the same thing can be said. Basically, I can fire a gun wearing this jacket. I could hang this jacket up in my closet, and if it's not disturbed or laundered or manipulated, I could find gunshot primer residue on this jacket for years to come.
So does that, at least in your view as a scientist with the Sheriff's Department, diminish the accuracy or the validity of testing clothing?
The accuracy is still there because I'm either finding the particles or I'm not, but I just can't associate or attribute any time frame to when those particles were deposited. So in my opinion, hand samples are always better than clothing.
Because with hand samples, as you told us before, there's some time period that you can try to identify with the samples.
That's
right?
correct.
But as you indicated a moment ago with clothing, and maybe my better word would have been for me to ask you, is there any value to testing clothing?
There can be if sufficient time has passed where the hand samples are no longer likely to have gunshot residue, and maybe someone is seen wearing the same clothes as they were if there were witnesses to a shooting. In that situation, we might sample the clothing, but typically we do not sample clothing once the hand samples have been examined.
So if you had clothing, you wouldn't get it.
It's not very bad. It's just think of anything.
Thank you, nothing further.
Thank you. Cross.
Okay, so Ms. Lopez, so my name is Linda Kenny Bodden. We haven't met.
Ms. Pinto, actually.
Okay, nice to meet you.
You too, thank you.
I'm not going to go through a lot of things we just went through with Mr. Dow, but your lab is able to, under the provisions in your lab and your protocol, you can say, or you say in reports that somebody could have been in the environment of a gunshot primer residue or have handled a discharge of firearm if you find one unique particle, correct?
Yes, we do.
Okay. And you were aware in 2003, when your lab had that as a protocol, that the Federal Bureau of Investigation required there to be 3 unique particles before that determination was made, correct?
That was their criteria, yes.
So the criteria is different depending upon where you are, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And one of the other things with regard to your report is that it's true that you have to look under a microscope, a scanning electron microscope.
To detect the particles?
Yes.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And because you can't see them with the naked eye, correct?
Right, they're about 100 times smaller than a grain of sand or a granule of sugar.
Okay. Very, very tiny, obviously.
Yes.
Okay. And you look not only for what is contained, barium, antimony, and lead contained in one particle, but you actually look at what's called the morphology, correct? The shape of it, correct?
Yes, correct.
Because sometimes you can have something with barium in it, but it wouldn't have the shape under the microscope of a gunshot residue particle.
Right, we're looking for a specific morphology, like you mentioned. It's supposed to look a certain way, and what that way is described as being molten or melted or roundish, and it has to have the right elemental composition.
Kind of spherical in a way. And so not only do you have to have the existence of all 3 of that in this one tiny particle, but you also have to have a shape that goes along with it, correct?
Right, but if you have a 3-component particle, it's considered unique regardless of morphology.
Okay, and in fact, when you look under and you get the discs, correct, and you concentrate them on one pair to look at them under the scanning electron microscopes, okay, you actually find many times, and you did in the case regarding Mr. Spector's samples, a lot of stuff, for lack of a better word, correct?
Right, there's a lot of particles that
As
are
a
detected.
matter of fact, the particles that you found that was unique to the primer containing barium, antimony, and lead was particle number 461.
Do you mind if I refer to
Yes, please.
Yes, it was 461.
Okay. And the particle that was just consistent, which had what, lead on it, lead and antimony?
I think it was a lead only,
The
actually.
lead only particle was particle 362?
Correct.
Okay. And so you actually saw 468 total particles, of which only 2 that you could say were either one was consistent or unique with gunshot residue, correct?
Right. There are many more particles detected. There's just a lot of stuff on people's hands, even coin from change in your pockets, things like that. Those will be detected by the instrument, but only a few that are classified as gunshot primer residue.
Okay. And in fact, you did detect a lot of coinage, correct?
Yes.
On his hand, that's from handling coins, like we all know, nickels, dimes, quarters, correct?
Yes.
And strontium, correct?
Yes.
And strontium is not in any primer residue that you're aware of, right?
It can be, yes,
But
actually.
not, you actually looked at this one, and this one you're looking for lead, barium, and antimony, correct?
As the primary ingredients, yes.
And 18 and 22 karat gold you found?
Gold, I don't know what the carat.
Okay. You found, anyhow, you found gold, right?
Yeah.
And so Mr. Dixon asked you about people washing their hands. It's clear, even though that there was these 2 particles, only one unique to gunshot residue, that there was a lot of other stuff that remained on his hands, correct?
That's true.
And you can't, as a trained scientist operating under your protocol or under ASCLD rules, say or make an inference that somebody washes their hands just because they had one unique particle on their hand, correct?
I couldn't say either way.
Can't say either way. Now, one of the other things that you testified to was what becomes a business record in your lab, correct?
Yes.
Talk about that. And in fact, one of the things that becomes a business record in your lab is the gunshot residue evidence kit form that comes inside the kit, correct?
There is no form inside the kit.
Was there a form outside the kit?
There's no form at all associated with the kit.
How do you know what lab receipt number you have on the kit?
That's an independent, something that's stapled onto the outside of the kit itself.
Okay. And if I could just show you something and you tell me what it is, and then I'm going to approach it.
Yes.
Just have it identified just for us. Because I don't want them, just take a look at that.
Sure, I know what that is.
And without discussing the contents of it, what is this?
That is actually a photocopy of the actual gunshot residue evidence kit itself.
That's a photocopy of the outside of the kit itself?
Correct.
And does that outside of the kit is required to be maintained in your lab?
Well, it's sort of like the packaging of it.
Do you maintain it in your lab?
We make up the kits and we distribute them to the agencies that we service, but once the kit has been analyzed, the evidence is returned.
You actually make up these kits that go out?
Well, we assemble them. We put the left and the right discs into an envelope with a pair of sterile latex gloves and an evidence seal.
How about the packaging? Do you make up the packaging that goes?
Like actually print it?
Well, the item that's contained on the printing?
No,
You know who does?
I don't.
Okay. And certainly with regard to Mr. Spector, Ms. Lepisto took in this kit, correct?
She received it. The information contained on it is already filled out prior to our receipt.
But there's no doubt that she received it, correct?
I can double check. No, there's no doubt. I see her initials and actually her name, and it.
There she is. Were your ears burning? We were just saying how glad we were that you were okay. And we have lots of AJ today. I was going to say, there's gold in gunpowder residue. I guess he was touching something else that had gold on it, and I hope he didn't have gold where he, in his pocket change.
Her handwriting. that it was received, taped, sealed, and initialed from evidence control.
Okay. And are you required to keep this form as part of your protocol?
It's good practice. I'm not sure if it's a requirement.
It is in this file, correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. I have nothing further.
Thank you. Redirect.
This form, you're referring to what?
It's a gunshot residue evidence kit. It's a photocopy of the actual kit that was used in this case.
And among the information on there is who collected it, isn't that correct?
That's correct.
Who collected Phil Spector?
Looks like an individual with the name of Heckers.
Hackers?
Correct.
One other area of question, if you don't mind. Is this a quantitative test or a qualitative test, this GSR examination?
It's a qualitative test, meaning that in our laboratory, we don't have any criteria for the number of particles that we need to find in order to call the results. We just report what we find, and it doesn't matter if we find 1 particle or 100 particles, the report is written in the same way.
Let's take this hypothetical. Let's assume that I had a handgun and I held it because I'm right-handed in this situation. I held my right hand and I fired it, but I had my left hand near it, okay?
Okay.
And then you later on do all the swabbing and everything, look at underneath your scientific instruments, and you find on my right hand that fired the weapon, say 2 specific particles. And on the left hand that didn't fire the weapon, 10, okay?
Okay.
Now, you didn't see me fire the weapon, and you don't know which hand I fired the weapon in. From the results of the test, could you tell which hand fired the weapon?
No, I cannot.
You don't know from looking at the test whether it's the right hand or the left?
No, because these particles literally explode out of all of the mechanical openings of a gun and they settle onto nearby surfaces. They're very easily transferred, so I can't say anything about someone's handedness based upon whether the particles came from the left hand or the right hand. They're easily transferred.
And to take my hyper-stepper, I hope it doesn't look too ridiculous, but let's assume that Mr. Jackson and I are out in the desert and I fire a weapon next to him with my right hand and he holds up his left hand like, you idiot, why are you firing this weapon so close to me? And then you swab our hands and you see 2 particles on my right hand that fired the weapon and 10 on his left hand where he held his hand up. Would you be able to tell which one of us fired that weapon from the GSR results?
No, at best I could say that you were both in an environment of gunshot primer residue, but I could not identify either one of you as being the shooter.
Oh, thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you. Recross.
So Dixon just asked you about some of the information contained on this form, and perhaps we can just have this marked next to the line for ID.
Q, sextuple Q.
Council 1842 in discussion. You gave him some of the information contained, correct?
I'm not sure what I said about the form. Oh, just about the individual who collected the sample.
Well, you indicated that the subject was Phil Spector, correct?
Yes,
And you indicated the individual who collected the sample was someone named Heckers, correct?
that's correct.
And also that there's a file number on it, correct?
Yes,
And does it also tell you the date and time sampled?
it does.
Okay, and what was that?
It's a little bit difficult for me to read, but I think it says February 3rd of 03 at 0655.
Okay, and that's 6:55 in the morning?
That's correct.
Okay, and does it also give you the time period of when the approximate time of the shooting was?
It does.
And that was at 5 o'clock in the morning?
That's correct.
And that's within that 6 to 8 hour period that you mentioned that it's best to take hand samples from a person from, correct?
Well, it's actually best to take hand samples immediately after firing, but assuming normal hand activity, we don't expect to find any gunshot residue after 6 to 8 hours.
And some of the other information that's asked on this is the caliber of the weapon, correct?
Yes,
The number of shots fired, correct?
correct.
The subject's occupation, correct?
Yes,
The subject's hobbies,
yes,
the last time they washed their hands,
correct.
any debris or blood on subject's hands, correct?
Yes.
And what does it say for that?
It says none seen.
Right. It also asks the location of the shooting, and what does it indicate for that?
Unknown.
Okay, and it also asks whether the subject is left or right-handed, correct?
Correct.
And what does it say for that?
It says right.
Okay, now, with regard to certainly that Mr. Dixon wanted Mr. Jackson want to kill each other or shoot a gun in the desert, fight with them. More likely I'd be with them, they'd be shooting the gun. But in any event, you can't make that determination based on gunshot residue alone, correct?
That's correct.
But you are a part of a team, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, there would be other things that you could look at that gunshot residue would fulfill as an investigative tool, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I have nothing further.
Thank you. Redirect.
Just a couple of questions.
All right.
You said you found other things on his hands like gold.
There's lots of different classifications of particles that are detected through this automated search, things such as coinage and the flint from cigarette lighters, all sorts of things.
I think in an earlier answer you said that you, maybe to Ms. Kenny Bogg, you couldn't tell whether or not from this test somebody washed their hands or didn't wash their hands, right?
I couldn't tell.
Or if they did, if they did, in what sequence? Like fire the gun, wash their hands, stuck their hands in their pocket for 4 hours, played with their lighter, or handled gold. You just couldn't tell in what order.
That's correct.
So,
Right. I can say from experience that I've washed my hands, then sampled my hands, and I've never not seen any particles detected. There's always something there.
thank you.
Thank you. Recross.
But maybe not 468 particles, correct?
I wouldn't know for sure. It depends on if I could touch a surface that could pick up a lot of something.
That's because there's no correlation, is there?
That's correct.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Thank you. Redirect.
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Subject recall. You may step down. Thank you for being here. Okay. We're not going to do any more witness. There's some other issues that I just want to briefly address. I'm going to ask for a show of hands from the jury, and I'll explain this to counsel in a second. Has any juror either read anything or heard anything about this case? I understand everybody has been admonished not to hear or read something, but sometimes you can't help it if there's a headline or something comes on the TV before you can turn down the volume. Has anybody heard anything that would prevent them from being a fair juror or makes them think they now have information that would impede their ability to be a fair and impartial juror? Just raise your hand. There are no responses. The reason I did this, we have a real good jury. And a couple of them approached the clerk and said, I wasn't supposed to read anything, but there's a headline before I could turn the paper over. What do I do? That's exactly, they let the clerk know. And all I can say, unless somebody wants to follow up, anybody want to follow up? Anybody? If you hear or see something that affects you, then let us know. You're still under the same admonition not to read any articles, not to watch any news shows or listen to anything. But if you're trying to turn the paper down because you've seen a headline, or you go to turn down the TV because there's a blurb advertising the news show, only if it affects you or it causes you a problem are you to let us know. Because otherwise, I have the feeling we'll be here each and every day going through a hearing. So if something happens that you think causes you a problem, you let us know. You're doing a great job. Now, my understanding is tomorrow morning, one of the jurors has a graduation. Is that correct, Wendy?
Yes.
Okay, so we're not going to be in session tomorrow morning. We'll resume at 1:30 in the afternoon. And then on Wednesday, right, there I think medical appointments that have been pre-scheduled. Now, I will say this. The people are almost done with their case. How many more witnesses do you have?
Probably one.
Okay, that'd be Dr. Harold?
Correct.
Okay, that witness will take some time on direct and cross-examination. At the conclusion of that, the people will be resting their case as far as I know, and things do change and they are fluid. I'm just trying to give the jurors some idea of where we're going. And then however long the defense takes to put on its case, we had told you originally, I think, that we would conclude this case sometime in August and through July and August, and that's where we're at. We're exactly on schedule, if not a little bit ahead of it. So I just wanted to give you a heads up and let you know that. So with that in mind, keep in mind the admonition, and we'll see you at 1:30 tomorrow afternoon. And that's the same for council, 1:30 tomorrow. Okay, thank you.
It's not food.
Seherold.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Harold,
like to start off by asking you what you do for a living.
I'm a forensic scientist, or criminalist, as we call it on the West Coast, with Los Angeles County. I have been such since 1982. For 6.5 years, I worked at the coroner's department, and then I laterally transferred to the sheriff department, where I have worked ever since.
Fine.
Analyst. That is, I specialize in the area of evidence examinations that include all the things in the world that could ever be considered trace evidence associated with a case other than blood typing, firearms exams, and drugs. Things like hair, fiber, paint, arson, explosives, impressions, plant material. In this particular case, I was also involved in field investigation information and bloodstain pattern.
Takes of what you did in this particular case in February of 2003.
Yes.
And were you assigned to perform certain analyses concerning the case that's now before the court?
Yes.
What education, training, and background qualifies you, Dr. Harold, to perform the kind of job you just explained to this juror?
I have academically a Bachelor of Science. Sorry, let me get comfortable. Bachelor of Science and a PhD at State University, PhD from University of Southern California. I use my initial science education to analyze items of evidence, in some cases strictly from an academic background. That was my introduction to things such as microscopic body tissue identification, plant material identification, things like that. And supplemented with that, I have continued over all these years engaging processes and on the job training, specifically through EI, or that include blood stain, some toxicology basics, fiber exam, hair exam, animal hair exam, low explosives. We have 11 subjects, at least one or more in those. That training, I've also engaged in personal experimentation and or reporting and publication on some of those specific topics to peer review groups. That's for training.
All right. So I take it from that you have a certain experience and expertise in the areas of, and I'm using very broad terms and broad phrases, but the areas of microscopic analysis, chemical analysis, toxicology, pattern analysis, like.
Yeah.
Those disciplines kind of work together in one to analyze a suspected arson or a burning, or whether it's to analyze evidence after a suspected homicide. Or do all of your disciplines interplay with one another when you engage in your particular duties and assignments?
Yes, we are kind of the Jacks and Jills of all trades, and we look at cases for what is called the trace associative evidence. We're asking the questions initially, what is the item? and where did it come from? And does it answer any questions relative to a case to associate people and places and times of events that could be used to provide information for courts of law?
And I'm going to ask you when we get started in just a second, I'm going to ask you about 3 specific questions that you in this particular case. But before I do, I think we need to start with some level of foundation. So I'd like you to educate the jurors a little bit on some of the terminology that they might encounter through your testimony concerning specifically bloodstain pattern analysis. First of all, what is bloodstain pattern analysis and what part does it play as an investigative technique, for instance, in your discipline?
Bloodstain pattern analysis and interpretation is the applied interpretation incident where blood has been shed. And you are basically looking at given patterns that we know can appear from certain activities, and we know this from experimentation based on the circumstances of the case. And the science itself is based on known factors of chemistry, biology, physiology, and physics as it applies to the fluid that we call blood.
Oh my gosh, you guys. My worst fear just came true. It's all Spike's fault. How much did you guys miss? Have you been waiting for me for long? I'm so sorry. I don't know how far to go back now. I'm so sorry, guys. I was outside doing the whole yard monster spiel and he still wouldn't go outside. How long has it been crashed? You guys are still here. Do I need to go back a lot? Okay. Now he's going to go pee and poop in my living room. And I'm going to get yelled at by my husband when he comes home. I tried. You guys are my witnesses.
Analysis and interpretation of blood spatter in your discipline for some reason, but the actual term is spatter, correct?
Yes.
In terms of blood and blood spatter, and I may be using some inartful phrases here, but help us understand what is the analysis and interpretation of blood spatter in your discipline.
Detail for you. When you cut yourself and you bleed, nothing to that drop of blood coming out. The only influence on it is and gravity, and that's a passive activity. You hold your hand out, it will form a certain size
This is gonna drive me crazy. I don't understand. Yeah, me too. I can't wait. It's weird to say that I'm excited. Um, I really want justice for her, but I'm excited because I watched the first trial and I want to see what changes they've made. Um, like what strategic changes they've made to try to keep from getting a hung jury this time. What did you just get out of that garbage can? Give me that back. Tissue is not food, Spike. It's like having a toddler, I swear. Don't you get it back out again. Yeah, you heard me.
Is what we refer to as spatter. And there are various sets of terminology that have been used over the years. One set of terminology refers to the spattering event as being a low amount of energy, or a hit of energy, like the drop to break it up. The gunshot wound definition is and many small-sized droplets.
Okay, I want to back up for just a second and last you got energy spatter, high energy spatter. You defined it, I think necessarily implies is that considered in the field in which you work? Is that considered blood spat, the drop that's on the desk?
It could be spattered if the surface it hits breaks it up, or it'd be just a single that hits the counter and it's, one drop. And then there could also be little satellite spatters coming off of it.
That was my next question.
A nuance of the terminology.
Okay, so if, for instance, using my example, I have a cut hand and I have one drop that drips down onto the desk, and then I have a second drop that drips into the first drop. And we've all seen those commercials. They use those high resolution cameras, super slow motion cameras to show a blood or a water drop or something, and you see this nice, beautiful, almost explosion of little droplets that come from the larger drop. Is that blood spatter?
That is actually a secondary spattering event when blood drips into blood. Just like water dripping into water, you do have small droplets being broken off and they will radiate in a particular pattern around the original drop.
Okay. You've told us a little bit about blood spatter. We're starting to get a little bit more familiar with that terminology. Let me ask you some specific questions about the laws of physics that you earlier touched upon. How is it that the laws of physics and the laws of the world around us, the laws of gravity, the laws of friction, et cetera, how do those laws play into how blood reacts? And I want to specifically confine your answers to blood in this particular question. How does the world around us define how that blood acts and reacts?
Well, with respect to spatter, there's a couple of quick examples I can give you. When blood is spattered or blood hits a surface, the bottom part of that drop encounters friction from that surface, and the top part of the drop keeps moving, much like a wave cresting on a beach. The result of that, when you see it at a scene, or we will see later, is you have a drop that has a particular shape and a particular direction that we can actually look at in some instances and measure the length and the width of the drop, and with a mathematical calculation tell what angle that drop impacted the surface. And from the shape, we can tell which direction it was moving when it hit that surface, whether it was going this way or this way, for some drops at each scene.
All right.
There's also another set of principles that governs how these things move, and that is the forces that keep the drop together while it's flying through the air versus the forces of wind or air resistance that are slowing it down at the same time that gravity is acting upon it. So in general, if you have small drops, they don't go as far as larger drops. Larger drops have greater density to them, and the effects of the air resistance will allow them to fly farther in general than a drop that is smaller.
All right. Taking that to a layperson's example, and I'm going to do that several times during the course of your testimony to make sure I can keep up with what you're saying. Say, for instance, I have a baseball. You've held a baseball in your hand, correct?
Yes.
May have been a little wild. Everybody knows what a baseball feels like. Relatively small. It's got some mass to it, weight to it. Right?
Yes.
So, assuming that I'm the able to throw that ball, that is going to be dictated not only from the ball, but the mass of that ball as it travels through the air, correct?
Yeah.
And I wind up and I throw the paper with about the same force that I threw the baseball. Would you expect this piece of paper, and by the way, this was one of your real important notes, Pat. Sorry about that. Would you expect that piece of paper to travel the same distance as that baseball?
It's not going to go as far.
Does that have any relationship, that example that I just used, that fourth grade example, does that have any relationship to what you're talking about as far as larger blood drops having more mass traveling further, or the ability to travel further than, for instance, small blood drops?
It's an equivalent analogy for the purposes of understanding what's happening.
Okay.
It brings to mind my husband, who throws baseballs routinely. First time he was ever in snow, made a snowball and whipped it out there thinking he was going to hit me with it. And the snowball did not go anywhere near as far as that baseball went. And he was just dumbfounded with, why didn't that go where it was supposed to go?
And of course, you walk back into the cabin and locked him out of the house, right?
Yeah.
All right. Good for you. Taking that same kind of, on that same note, you're talking about large drops and small drops. I want to use another example, if I could. You said that high energy tends to create smaller droplets, correct?
Yes.
All right, so if there's a small puddle of blood, and this is just for an example, there's a small puddle of blood on this table, and I might hit that blood with a certain amount of force, you would expect that certain sized droplets would emanate from that spattering event, correct?
Yes, the preponderance of those drops would be in general larger than when you compare it to something that is hit with higher force that we call medium or the highest force. And I say preponderance of drops because certainly in low or medium energy events, you will get some small drops, but the majority of them will be in a certain size range, which is larger drops the lower the energy.
All right, fine, and that seems to make some visual sense. Now, for instance, take that same pool of blood, and instead of hitting it with some force with my hand, now I take a 2x4. And I really smack it pretty good and hit that same pool of blood. The drops that emanate from that are going to be smaller than the ones from my first example, correct?
In general, yes.
All right.
Yes.
And of course, there might be some larger drops in there as well, but at least the higher energy is going to create the smaller drops. Is that right?
Correct.
Now, I take a sponge. And by the way, let me go back to that example that I was about to ask you about. Now I take a sponge. And I take a gun, and I fire a bullet into the sponge. Are we talking about medium energy or high energy?
High energy event.
All right, and high velocity blood spatter, correct?
Correct.
Now, I probably could not even exert that type of energy and force necessary to create that type of back spatter with my hand, could I?
Back spatter?
I'm sorry, blood spatter.
No, in general not. High velocity events are things such as gunshot wounds, power tools, in the laboratory. You can mimic some of these things with high spring trap. Things movement generally are things like beatings, and that's generally considered medium impact.
And so an energy source like a gun, like a gunshot or a bullet traveling through a sponge at however many feet per second, that will create a level of energy that will create even smaller blood spatter, correct?
Yes.
And what size blood spatter might you expect from something with as high an energy as a gunshot?
Bearing in mind there can be overlap in the sizes. In general, with the high energy events, your preponderance of blood stains are in the millimeter size to submillimeter size, often referred to as a misting pattern. If you think about using a spritz bottle to spray your Windex,
Like an aerosol?
you can get drops that are as small as aerosol or smaller.
All right. So the size of blood spatter is dependent upon the energy that's exerted onto it, correct?
Yes, in part.
And the laws of physics that dictate the angle, the direction, and most importantly, the distance that blood spatter can travel. I guess I should rephrase that. The angle, the direction and the distance that blood spatter will travel is dictated by the laws of physics, correct?
Yes.
So a 1 millimeter size or sub-millimeter size blood spatter, a single blood spatter, according to the laws of physics, will travel about how far?
In the case of bloodstain pattern interpretation,
Yes.
generally about 3 feet is a maximum, 3 to 4 feet is a maximum for the really. In the literature, you will find 2 to 3 feet. 4 feet is the highest. That is, in theory, possible based on calculation of things like Stokes' law, what the actual resistance is, air resistance.
All right. And that's dictated again by, as that tiny little, and let's use an example of a sub-millimeter particle of blood as that submillimeter particle of blood travels through the air, Stokes' law dictates that it's encountering a level of friction as it travels through the viscous nature of the air, right? We don't think about air having a lot of viscosity, but in fact, from a physics perspective, it does it not?
Yes,
All right,
it's
so
encountering air resistance.
All right, and so that spatter, no matter how much the energy is that's acting upon that spatter, according to the literature and the laws of physics, cannot travel more than about 2 to 3 feet. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right, and you said that you have seen some literature indicating that theoretically it could travel as far as 4 feet, but the scientific community at large, does it tend to agree that submillimeter sized blood spatter will travel 2 to 3 feet?
It's the scientific literature and people in this general field of expertise will say 2 to 3 feet. Part of that is based on actual laboratory experimentation, but also empirical observation of crime scenes. One of the things that's very difficult in this field is obviously we cannot line up people and shoot them to see what happens. So in part, we are looking at crime scenes, looking at what happens, and then devising experiments in the laboratory that will mimic as best we can what is happening at a crime scene. So for example, you could take a styrofoam head, you can put a bladder in it, you can fill it with blood. No matter what you do, that's never actually going to be the same structure, form, and function as a human head. So it's a combination of laboratory experimentation with at-scene observations.
And according to that, I'm assuming from that testimony that you're saying that there is a general agreement in the scientific community about how millimeter and submillimeter sized blood particles travel through the air and the maximum distance they can. Millimeter sized particles on an item. That item will be said to have, given some other factors as well, will be said to have been within 2 to 3 feet of the blood spattering event, correct?
Yes, if the circumstances at the scene support that conclusion.
All right. Okay, thank you for that brief lesson on blood spatter. I think it's going to become very, very helpful. There's one other question that I may have failed to ask you. Is there a difference between, I may have slipped and said it a second ago, is there a difference between something called forward spatter and something called back spatter insofar as gunshots and gunshot wound analysis is concerned?
Yes.
Could you describe that for the jurors before we move on?
And it's not just due to gunshot wounds, but in all these blood spattering events.
Okay.
There is what is called forward blood spatter, and that is blood that moves in the direction of force, the major direction of force. There is blood that will move backwards from the direction, toward the direction of force, and that is referred to as back spatter. In the case of gunshot wounds, back spatter can occur. It does not always occur, and if it occurs, it is not always visible. But you will often see it in things like gunshots to the head, typically on the outside of the head, where the gases from the gunshot can't dissipate. They don't have a place to dissipate because they're right up against bone and skin, and that they will dissipate backwards along with part of the blood. Then if back spatter does occur, what happens is it can get trapped in hair, it can get trapped in clothing, and is not always visible. A lot of times you see on TV, the gunshot wound and you see this burst of blood coming out of somebody. That's actually forward spatter because that person's got a little charge in their shirt with movie blood that is making something very visual for you to see. And that's actually forward spatter. Back spatter, if it occurs, typically is very minor in quantity compared to forward spatter.
So when we see in these Hollywood movies, someone gets shot with a gun and all of a sudden the shooter standing 12 feet away is sprayed with blood, Quentin Tarantino didn't necessarily get that physically correct, right?
Correct.
All right. As a matter of fact, from what you're saying, there are many, many occasions in which there is no back spatter phenomenon from a gunshot wound, correct?
At least none that we see at the scene.
All right.
Yes.
And oftentimes, if there is back spatter, that back spatter is going to be far less in volume, far smaller in volume than the forward spatter, if there is in fact forward spatter as well, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Given that lesson, if you will, I want to direct your attention to something else. I told you that there were going to be 3 general areas that I want you to address, if you could, and I'm going to ask you whether or not the forensic science can address these 3 areas in general. Over the next little while, over the next maybe couple of hours, maybe even couple of days, I'm going to ask you questions directed to...
Sorry.
I missed something.
I think she was somewhat when you said a couple of days.
Rolling your eyes. Keep in mind, we have a dark day in the middle of this, okay? So I'm not suggesting you'll be here days on end.
I would.
I think I heard the jury moan.
The questions that I want to ask you, Dr. Harrell, are directed toward whether or not the forensic science can answer, in your expert opinion, 3 basic questions. Concerning the shooting event on February 3rd, 2003, and the shooting of Lana Clarkson. I'm going to ask you if the forensic science can answer 3 basic questions. Where was Lana? Where was the gun and what was its orientation? And where was the white jacket? As I go through that, I'm going to break my questions down into several different categories in your analysis of different types of evidence through the case over the last few, over the months ensuing the shooting event. And first, I want to start with your examination of various photos from the crime scene. I guess I should ask you at the outset, were you at the scene on February 3rd, 2003, or February 4th, 2003?
No, I was not.
Did you have an opportunity, Dr. Harrell, to examine various photos of the victim, Lana Clarkson, as she was found at the crime scene?
Yes. In this case, I should say that when I started out with this case, we were still at the phase of what are the items that were collected and what are their relevance to anything to do with the case. And then it became a reconstructive issue, an issue of what happened here. Can we tell anything about the relationship between the people and the places and the sequence of events? And in doing that kind of an examination, even though I was not at the scene, you certainly will look, and I did look at, to the best of my knowledge, every available photograph taken by every agency on the case. I reviewed other experts' reports, for example, Steve Renteria's field investigation, Jim Carroll's work, all the other witnesses that you've heard about. I reviewed the autopsy report when it was available and the odontology report, as well as obviously my own information, generating my own information on the case, which is all in this nice big file here.
That's your case file in front of you,
Yes.
correct? Including all your notes and your reports?
Yes.
All right. And that was generated during the course of your examination of all of the evidence that you did analyze and examine in this particular case, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to start off by asking you to look at a series of photos and tell me if you recognize the photographs. Many of these have previously been marked, so we're not going to remark. Your Honor, for the court's edification, I will mark probably I don't know, 20% of what I go through will be new, but most of the stuff that I'm going through will be pre-marked. On the screen in front of you. Tell me if you were looking at the photographs in this form, you actually were looking at the photographs themselves, correct?
Yes.
All right, not a display of the photographs like is presented here. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. Did you examine the photographs A through F in this particular case?
A through E?
I'm sorry, I said F. Yes, A through E, my
Yes.
mistake. What was the reason that you needed to look at certain photographs of Lana Clarkson as she was in the foyer, as she was found?
Well, I needed to look at everything for evaluation of what was where, how was the scene first observed by people, what was the condition of the deceased person, what was the position of possible evidence items collected that I was looking at. Did they add information, or did it turn out to be something that was ultimately not important in the case? And I was also evaluating what appeared to be blood in all the pictures, where it was, what position it was in, what shape it was, and forming an opinion about what kinds of patterns we were seeing.
On that note, did you look at these photographs with an eye toward, and I'm sure you looked at many of these photographs several different times, looking at different portions of the photographs with an eye toward determining different things. But I'm going to narrow our discussion right now to Lana Clarkson's head and face. And I'm going to ask you, if you looked at these photographs, if they assisted you in making a determination as to the position of her head, neck, and face when she was killed.
These, along with some other photographs, indicated to me that this was the first position she was seen in once law enforcement had entered and had begun the photographing process. And at this time, her head is lolled to her left, but it was originally lulled to the right at some time when she was bleeding, and her head has been in fact moved from right to left at least once.
Could you tell that forensically?
Based on the bloodstain patterns.
Take a look at People's 40, what's been previously marked as People's 40, and tell me if you also reviewed these photographs.
Yes.
Do these photographs indicate what you were just describing to the jurors about Lana Clarkson's head being lolled to the left or kind of hanging over her left shoulder?
Yes.
What was it about the blood pattern or the blood stain pattern that led you to the conclusion that her head had in fact been moved?
This, along with some other pictures, let's see if I can get phaser. What you see coming down the left side of her collarbone area is referred to as flow. It's blood that contacts the surface and with the force of gravity is just flowing. Blood does not flow uphill. Blood also doesn't fly around corners. On her face, perhaps it'll show better in another picture, and down the side of her neck, what is referred to as smeared blood that's been wiped or moved around, and there's actually blood flowing on top of the blood smear.
And how could you tell that?
By looking at all the photographs.
In other words, it was obvious to you that there was a certain smearing event that took place, and then blood continued to flow from Ms. Clarkson's either mouth or nose over the top of that smeared blood. Is that correct?
Yes.
Take a look at what's been marked, and I'm going to go through a series of photographs. And Dr. Harrell, I'm going to ask you, I'm going to try to provide you and
Somebody in American courts last night said that their mom actually went to one of his parties and he hit on her, and she wouldn't have anything to do with him. And I said, thank God. Who knows what would have happened?
the jurors with as much photographic evidence as you need to explain to them what you were doing. But if there's a particular picture you'd like me to highlight or like Sudi to highlight, please let me know and we will do so. Take a look at the what's been marked as people 61 and tell me if you also reviewed these two photographs in making your determinations about the position of her head.
Yes, I actually reviewed some that are closer up, but what you could see in those from this perspective is up on the shoulder, the right shoulder of her jacket, toward the back, there's actually blood flow that is soaked into the chair down toward the back. So for her to bleed in that position, her head had to have been in that position. Blood is not going to go up and over onto the right side.
I'd like to mark as people's next in order, Your Honor. I don't know what the next in order is, and I apologize. Say it again.
129 is the next, I'm sorry.
Thank you. It's my fault, Your Honor. People's 129 is an additional photograph. It appears to be a close-up photograph of Ms. Clarkson from the left side. Does this photograph help you?
Yes.
Okay, show us what you were talking about.
Here you can see the smeared blood all the way up into her hair. And here you see flow. Now this flow is coming from the left side and down where it should come down due to gravity on the left side. But on the right side, there is actually flow coming down not only the front of her jacket, but to the back of her jacket, and you can see it soaking into the upholstery.
And what did that tell you?
That her head at one time was on the right side while she was there bleeding for some period of time. And it had been moved at least once to the right, and that there was some activity that caused the blood on her face to become smeared. The smeared blood is a transfer that has to have some kind of activity to cause it. It just doesn't come out smeared.
People's 29, please, the first one. I'm going to ask you to take a look once again at People's 29, where we started from, photograph E. Does that photograph, the bottom right photograph, does that depict this smeared blood that you're talking about, or a portion of the smeared blood that you're talking about?
In part.
Can you say that, in your expert opinion, that the blood that is seen on Ms. Clarkson's face and the blood that was seen on that previous photograph in People's 129 up around the ear and the cheek and those areas, including the bridge of her nose and up on the cheeks in this photograph E, did not come simply from the gunshot wound that she suffered?
No, they did not. It is not spattered blood, and it is not a straight blood flow. It's blood that has been moved in its position.
If Ms. Clarkson had been shot to death and not touched again after that, we would not see these photographs, correct? She would not be in this condition.
You wouldn't have a smear unless there was some activity that caused it.
So somebody manipulated not only her face and neck, but manipulated the blood on her face and neck.
Yes.
It was your understanding in reviewing the evidence in this case that Ms. Clarkson, and we'll get to this in more detail in just a little while, but it was your understanding in reviewing the evidence in this case that Ms. Clarkson was immediately incapacitated, correct?
Yes.
So the condition of her face and head having been moved from the right to the left did not come from her, for instance.
Correct.
She would not have been able to, after having been shot, strained and moved her head to the left, correct?
Correct.
She would not have been able to, after she was shot, reach up to her face and wipe her face, correct?
Correct. Bloodstain pattern-wise, the previous statements by the coroner and the neurobiologist in the coroner's report are supported by the bloodstain patterns, and that there is no evidence of any movement by her after she began bleeding. For example, there's no blood trail. She didn't get up and walk around.
And we'll get to that in just a second, but narrowing our discussion to her face and neck, the condition that her face.
Well, in this case, you have a bloodletting event, which is a gunshot to the mouth. So that, in fact, there was one active bleeder. All the blood comes back to Lana Clarkson that was tested. So it's not as if you had more than one person bleeding there.
All right. So it was her blood on her face, and that had been smeared by another person.
Yes.
So your examination, something that has been described as a Curity diaper, a
Yes.
white rag.
Yes.
All right, take a look at I'm sorry, I believe it's 83, People's 83 previously marked. Yes, it is. Did you review these particular photos to orient yourself to the bathroom that was adjacent to the foyer area?
Yes.
Specifically taking a look at photograph C in People's 83 and photograph E in People's 83. Do you recognize what's depicted in those photos?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
It is, in fact, a Curity brand. It does have the brand label on it. What is known as a pre-folded diaper. Those of us that are old enough to remember a time where there were not disposable diapers, these were diapers made out of 100% cotton that are cloth, and you would in fact wash them or hire a diaper service and reuse them. And this was reported to me based on Steve Renteria's field observations to have been found in this bathroom.
All right.
Variously called bloody rag and other things until I looked at it and said it's a diaper.
All right. That it was reported to you that the photograph C depicts the station found in, and where it was when it was photographed. That's where it was when it was found. Police officers or the law enforcement officials did not place it there, correct?
Correct.
At least that was based on your understanding. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. That is next to an open toilet, correct?
Yes.
And you see the toilet depicted in photograph C in People's 83, just to the right. It's a burgundy colored toilet and both seats are up, correct?
Yes.
Or I should say the lid and the seat are up, correct?
Yes.
And there appears to be, it may be a little bit difficult to see here, but when you reviewed the actual photograph, did it appear that the toilet had water in it?
Yes.
Take a look at, by the way, did you actually receive in evidence the physical Curity diaper?
Yes.
And did you examine that forensically?
Yes.
Take a look at what's been previously marked as People's 111 and tell me if you recognize these two photographs.
Yes, those two photographs were actually taken in the photo studio at my direction. They are the diaper as I examined it. That's a yardstick in the foreground of each picture. And on each side of the diaper, one's one side, one's the other side for A and B.
Okay, A is, there's no front side, back side, but A is one side of the diaper and B is the diaper inverted and turned over, correct?
Yes.
All right.
And there are a series of red arrows that are placed on that diaper.
And what do those red arrows mean?
While doing these exams, there are times where I will place red arrows down for possible items to be looked at again or removed or looked at in more detail. Sometimes it is to indicate a particular kind of stain or a direction of a variety of blood stain types. The diaper had been reported to have been wet at one time at the scene.
Wet with blood or wet with something else?
Wet with something else, such as water.
All right.
And in fact, on the diaper, there are what are called diluted blood stains. That's blood that has some other fluid in it, typically water we see at crime scenes, or sometimes cerebral spinal fluid. All indications were, by reports of the field investigative people, that this was probably water causing the dilution. There are other parts of the diaper, such as in this dark area in the center in A.
And I'm going to interrupt you for just a second and help you out just a little bit. Your Honor, if we could mark as people's next in order an enhanced photograph of that same area that Dr. Harold is talking about.
130.
Thank you. I'll place a P130 on the bottom of my copy of it. Go ahead. Is that the same area that you're talking about?
Approximately.
Tell the jurors what it is that you were specifically looking at and what you were highlighting with those red arrows and green arrows.
I believe in this particular area, I was pointing to some undilute blood and some blood that appeared to have begun clotting or was what we call stringy.
Dr. Harold, what were the three types of blood that you found on this purity diaper in total?
I'll finish first.
Okay.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Right here is an example of some what we call stringy clotted blood. When blood leaves the body, it starts to clot, and after a period of time, it becomes stringy, and this is sitting on the surface of the diaper. We did, with the diaper, as I believe Steve Renteria's previously testified, in this instance, I was placing red arrows. He was placing green arrows for those samples that were DNA typed for the purpose of establishing that on this diaper, it appeared that there was only one person's blood. And then down here, for example, is an area where the diaper either wasn't wet completely, the blood is not diluted. It's just what appears to be blood soaked into the fabric. But up above, you can see areas where the diaper was wet, and the blood is a lighter color because it was diluted as it was absorbed onto this wet material.
All right. So going back to my last question, and you did sort of answer that in general terms. The three types of blood that you found on this purity diaper were undiluted blood, diluted blood, and clotted blood.
Yes.
What significance, if any, did those three types of blood appearing on this diaper have in your estimation? And remember, we're still talking about kind of answering forensically the singular question, where was Lana Clarkson when she was shot? How did this assist you?
This didn't actually assist me in where she was when she was shot, but it did assist in telling us something about the activities in the scene.
All right.
Given that her face had smeared blood, there also on her face was clotting blood. And it appears throughout the scene that basically her face was the only place where there was the beginnings of clotted blood. There is a blood pool under the chair that probably ultimately did to some degree clot, but there is no indication that there is any wiping or swiping blood pool. Therefore, her face probably was the source of the clotted blood. Common sense tells you that given she has smears on her face, clotted blood, the diaper has got diluted blood and clotted blood, that those two objects were in contact.
All right. So in other words, it's reasonable to take from that evidence that the diaper was used to smear or move the blood on her face.
Yes.
Turn to Ms. Clarkson's slip dress and take a look at what's been previously marked as People's 97. Did you also examine what's previously been referred to as item 88C, or in this photograph, people's 97 slip dress.
Yes.
You first examine this slip dress.
You want the date?
Give me generally, if you don't have the actual date, the date, about when did you
I
see
can
this?
look it up for you. It would take me a while to find it in here. In general, I had control of this evidence about February 14th through June. There's only one of me, and I had to examine all of these items before they could move on to DNA typing or to firearms or to fingerprinting.
Okay.
So somewhere in that time span, but I saw it first. Steve Renteria worked with me on it. I'd get it photoed, did what I needed to do, it moved to him.
Okay.
And I can get you an exact date.
No, you sort of answered my question. Your analysis predated any other testing or manipulation of this item, correct?
Yes.
In other words, you got to look at it sort of in its pristine condition. You got to look at it first. You had it studio photographed, and you did your analysis before it went on for DNA typing and testing, correct?
Yes.
Because during the course, I think we heard from Mr. Renteria that during the course of DNA typing and testing, you may have to cut little portions of material out, correct?
Yes, we actually, for almost all the clothing, all the items, worked together. Once I did what I needed to do with pattern information, he and I would go together with the item to photo studio, direct the photographs, and at that time, he selected what he was going to collect for DNA, put down his green arrows, photo taken, item moved from my custody to his.
Okay, the slip dress as we're seeing it looks like it's in one piece. Actually, was it your understanding that at the coroner's office to remove the slip dress from Ms. Clarkson, it had to be split down the middle?
It was actually split down the left side for
Okay.
the slip dress.
All right. When you got it, were you able to examine it for blood stains that were visible on the front and the right and the left? In other words, the portion of the dress that we're looking at in photograph A on People's 97.
Yes, I examined the actual item plus photographs at the scene. Some of the stains are actually visible in the photographs at the scene.
Okay. And there's additional photographs that you took called photomicrographs, correct?
Yes.
What is a photomicrograph?
A photomicrograph is a picture taken through the microscope. So it is a replica of what my eye is seeing through the microscope.
What did you find insofar as blood stains are concerned on Miss Clarkson's slip dress? And let's take the front of it first.
The front of her slip dress, the reason the red arrows are there is it has a variety of blood stains. And in general, for this particular garment, the red arrows are pointing in a direction. For those stains that were directional, that I could tell a direction. And for example, right here, this red arrow is placed here to indicate that there is this blood stain here and it is moving in this direction.
I'm going to see if I can get a little bit larger photograph of that since you're using that for an example.
And it's probably not going to show too well.
Okay. Is that a little bit better?
Yeah.
Okay. What?
This from this.
So the direction you're talking about on this photograph is sort of top right to bottom left, yes?
Yes.
Okay. And what significance, and when you say directional, was every blood stain that you found on it, well, first of all, was every blood stain marked with a red arrow?
A preponderance of them.
Okay.
Were.
Did you also find flow staining on the slip dress?
Yes, if you go back to the overall picture.
Give us just a quick second.
Yes.
Okay.
There were a variety of blood stains on her slip dress. Up in this area, there was actually saturated blood stain on the fabric, and that position in the chair bleeding down the front of her, and the fabric soaks.
Okay, and we'll get to that in more detail in just a second. You
Then-
also looked at her jacket that was consistent with that as well, correct?
Correct. Then below that, there is a series of blood spatters, which is blood that has been impacted. And you can look at the direction and the relative size, and you can see that they form a kind of fan-shaped pattern. And by looking at the size and the direction and doing some calculation, they basically come back to her mouth as an area of origin.
All right. A couple of questions before we get started. The stain that just highlighted a second ago, the larger stain, were all of the blood stains that are highlighted by these arrows that same size?
No, that happened to have been a very large one that the jury could see.
Did you also find blood staining on this dress that was the subject of, or I guess I should say it was defined as high velocity blood spatter?
There was blood spatter on this dress, that slip dress, that was very fine, that you could see with the stereo microscope or low-level magnification. What I was attempting to do with this photograph, actually you can see where the cut was made.
Okay.
Was make enough separation in a photograph to show what I perceived as part of the overall pattern, with her head oriented slightly to the right, by looking at those stains, which in fact were directional, that I could relate back to the bloodletting event or spattering event, which was gunshot.
All right, and once I want to make sure the jurors aren't misled. The arrows that appear on the dress are not indicative of every single stain that you found, correct?
Correct. Not every single stain, but almost all of them, and
Okay.
do not indicate blood pooling
All right.
on the chest area or on the left side.
And you indicated that the blood stains, the size, the direction, and the shape, indicated to you that there was some, at least in some of the stains, there was some directionality that you could assign to those particular stains, correct?
Yes.
And based on that, you had photographs specifically of her in the chair and which way her face was oriented, you could come closer to approximating exactly where her head was when the fatal shot was fired. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So that we need to cover. You mentioned when talking about high velocity blood spatter that I think you used the phrase mist-like, correct? Mist-like spatter was is that right? Would that have been forward spatter, Dr. Harold, or would that have been consistent with back spatter based on what you know about the gunshot wound that was inflicted?
In this particular case, it has to be definition back or head. So the bullet is forward spatter or forward energy of that gunshot wound is going into her head, did not exit, and what came back is by definition back toward the source of the gunshot and is back spatter.
All right. Although there is there were a number of arrows on that dress highlighting the back spatter that you saw, the blood spatter that you saw on the dress, by and large, there was not an overwhelming or abundance or copious amount of blood on her dress, correct?
No. There was not.
As a matter of fact, it was somewhat shocking how little blood backspatter there was on her dress.
No, not to me. That's the whole point.
To the average schmo who watches Quentin Tarantino films.
Yes. Actually, you don't expect a lot of blood from backspatter. Typically, is not a huge volume. It's not the guy standing off the corner of the stage that throws the bucket of blood.
Right.
When you're watching television. So,
All right. All right.
Yeah.
While I'm on the dress, I want to ask you one other question about Miss Clarkson and photographs that you may have seen at the scene, and specifically item 85G. Your Honor, People's Next, this has been previously marked as People's 113. Take a look at this series of photographs, and I want to draw your attention most specifically to the photograph on the right and what's circled in the photograph. Are you aware of a piece of evidence that was recovered from Miss Clarkson's torso, basically on her lap, that's circled to the right in photograph C of People's 113.
Yes.
Did you receive that actual item that's, for your purposes, it was labeled item 85G into the lab? Did you analyze that microscopically and macroscopically?
Yes.
And what was your determination as to what that item was?
It was what turned out to be dental porcelain from a false crown put on a tooth. Miss Clarkson's front two teeth had porcelain crowns put on them. They're silica-based, not the acrylic. And her two eye teeth had porcelain veneers, which was just a surface structure. And the material that was on the slip dress was the porcelain crown material.
And you could tell that from a microscopic examination of this. The microscopic makeup of this material left no question in your mind as to what it was.
Yes.
Okay. And you have experience with tooth material and porcelain material in your past, correct?
Yes. Okay. And it's completely different than natural tooth material.
Okay.
Yes.
So not only could you tell that it came from the mouth area, you could tell that it wasn't natural dentin, but in fact the porcelain crown or veneer that's put on for either cosmetic purposes or otherwise, correct?
Yes.
All right. Take a look at People's 98, what's been previously marked as People's 98. And I want to shift gears. I told you that we were going to ask you a couple of questions about Lana Clarkson's black jacket that she was wearing. Do you recognize these photographs A and B?
Yes.
How do you recognize them?
They were taken in the photo studio at the lab at my direction.
Did you engage in any analysis of, and once again, the jacket appears to be split down the middle on the back, correct?
Yes.
That's the condition you got it in.
Yes.
And your understanding was that was the way the coroner's office got it off of Lana Clarkson's body, correct?
Yes.
What analysis or examination did you engage in with regard to this particular jacket?
Like the other clothing, I examined it for bloodstain pattern information as well as any other trace evidence information. In this particular case, when it started and there was an issue about can we tell exactly where the gun was, for example, I was looking at the items to determine if there was any smokeless powder or other kinds of trace evidence that would help tell us where the people and the items were in relation to each other. In this particular case, on the jacket, I noted that there is some blood spatter on the front of it, along with other body tissue. Which does make sense because she was shot in the head and other body tissues were disrupted. And there's also a large amount of flow coming down the right side of the jacket.
Was the spatter that you found on the jacket consistent in size, shape, and directionality with the spatter you found on Miss Clarkson's slip dress?
Yes.
Okay. Was there also, now we're looking at this jacket, we've all seen this jacket several times. The amount of blood on the right side of the jacket, which is left to us, our left,
Yes.
far left in picture A. Is that blood spatter?
The amount that's on
What
there?
we're viewing,
Oh.
what appears to be going all the way down the lapel, down onto the pocket and down to the hem of the jacket, is that blood spatter or is that something else?
A preponderance of it is actually what appears to be blood and other body tissue flow, and it's up here. Blood flow, which is the result of the effect of gravity, has a different appearance than spatter. It has even edges, doesn't have the little droplet shape. So it is apparent that after she sustained her wound, that she was sitting in that position with continued blood flow for a period of time down the side of her jacket. It actually saturated through to the slip dress. When I said there was saturation of the fabric on the slip dress near the top, and ultimately it actually flowed down to the side of the chair and her purse.
Now, you indicated that earlier, based on an examination of Lana Clarkson's face and the photographs of her face and head and neck, and the blood flow that you saw illustrated in those photographs or depicted in those photographs, that it was your opinion that her face had been turned to the right initially and at some point moved at least once to the left, correct?
Yes.
Is the blood flow that you see on the jacket on her right side, is that consistent with your analysis of the blood flow that you saw on her face as well as the chair?
Yes.
All right.
And that includes the back side, which does not show very well. But if you look at the back side of her, right side of her jacket, there is blood flow actually on the back side down the chair. So a source of blood in the mouth had to have been over to this side.
All right, we've highlighted just the back of that jacket, photograph B, and maybe I can highlight that just a little bit. It's still not a great picture as it's displayed up on the image on the screen. Is that what you're talking
barely see it up here at the top.
about? Okay.
I'm sure we'll have another photo that will show it.
The jurors will have the photos to look at up close and personal. That's the flow that you're talking about up on the right shoulder, correct?
Yes, that's not spatter. It appears to be flow.
And you also looked at photographs of Lana Clarkson at the scene that highlighted the left side of her jacket, correct?
Yes.
I want to talk about that for just a second. Did you notice
Before you do, it's time, and I want to make sure, given the nature of this kind of testimony, I think breaks are especially important. So keep in mind the admonition, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be in a 15-minute recess, 3 o'clock. You may step down if you wish. Thank you.
I was about to ask you, Dr. Harold, about the back of the jacket and the left side of Miss Clarkson's jacket. Before I do, it dawned on me when we took the break that I forgot to ask you one question about the diaper. You explained to us a little bit earlier, and this doesn't necessarily need a photograph unless you need it, the 3 different types of blood that were on the diaper. The undiluted blood, who said that there was clotted blood you saw, correct?
Yes.
And that was consistent with the how
When you sustain an injury, technically clotting process begins immediately, but it's not necessarily visible to your eye. If you cut your finger, the clotting process starts away for purposes of stopping your blood from flowing, but you don't see a blood out of the body in a situation such as that. It dries first, then it won't. It takes you 3 to 5 minutes is conservative, and it's based on such things as temperature.
Knock it off.
In the matter of minutes areas that went past before the wiping occurred.
Is that why you gave us that kind of the two parameters, 3 to 5 minutes? Because you can't approximate the exact humidity, et cetera.
Correct.
Okay, but is it safe to say that in your expert opinion that clotting phenomenon that you saw on the diaper, and it was consistent with the clotting that you saw depicted in the photographs of Ms. Clarkson's face, was, in your approximation, probably a result of about 3 at least? Could have been longer.
Yes, and it was on the surface of the diaper. It was deposited on the surface of the diaper, so it was not clotting that continued, occurred while it was embedded in the fabric. It was a clot from one source to another.
Clotting was on his face, the diaper, not vice versa.
Correct.
Thank you. Let's take a look. I think just before the break, I was going to ask you to take a closer examination of and ask you some questions about, and I'd like you to take a little bit closer look at this. Again, it's not the best photograph. If you've seen this actual studio photograph up close and personal, correct?
I've seen the item of those persons.
That was if you actually.
So in fact, an overall picture.
Okay. Dr. Harold, did you also look at photographs of Lana Clarkson as she was at the crime scene and compare those photographs, specifically the left side of her jacket, to what you were given for analysis, the physical item that you were given for analysis?
Yes, I actually looked at photographs from the crime scene, the coroner's office, and all the photos were original condition of the whole process, specifically the jacket detail.
Dr. Harold, the condition of the left side of the jacket as depicted in the photograph of Lana Clarkson at the crime scene's office.
Yes.
Describe the
Scene, there is visually no apparent blood on the left sleeve of the jacket down to the hand. Additionally, there is no apparent blood on the chair once she was removed from the chair. And there's a series of photographs that document what appears to be an accident to her left side. And there's actually a picture that shows trying to well up and staunch a pool of blood that she ultimately was laying in. And examining the clothes on the left side, you can see the blood and other body tissue saturation. You can see the lips. You can actually find her clothing layered on it. That is appearing on the jacket. It appears to originate from the outside. Blood pooling on the left side of the slip and coinciding blood pooling on the left side of the pantyhose. So this all appears to be a saturation event from her being rolled onto the left side.
When you say that there is a coinciding saturation from the jacket onto the slip and then beneath the slip onto the pantyhose, are you suggesting that the saturation event or the contamination event in a pool of blood, it's soaked through her jacket, soaked through the jacket to the inside of her slip, all the way through the slip dress and onto the pantyhose?
Yeah.
Can you tell us, does this photograph indicate the areas that were contaminated?
Yes, in part.
It's a little bit hard to see, but tell me if this, if you can highlight for the jurors the areas that were contaminated, or at least that are obvious to you. And obviously, you had a better look at this under studio lights.
There was a patch of blood pool up here. Perhaps, I can't quite tell in this light.
All right, this
It was
photograph
up
maybe.
here. Yes, it's up here.
Okay.
There was a patch of blood pooling and body tissue all the way down the left sleeve in 2 or 3 different distinct patches from here and around the buttons and the cuff, and actually on the hip of the bodice of the jacket. You can see a perimeter here. And from handling the item, which I had at the lab, the entire left side when I received it, because we do dry these garments, the wet blood is dried before they're packaged.
Okay.
That whole left side was just stiff with crusty blood that had soaked in.
Did that blood go all the way down, that soaked blood go all the way down to the hem of the jacket?
Yes.
Did the blood go all the way down to the hem of the?
Yes.
Did the blood include the area the buttons were on the left? And this I realize is faint, but is there some kind of a phenomenon, a liquid is soaked into a fabric that once it dries, it kind of leaves an outline? We've all spilled coffee and we know what it means. After it dries, there's still like a line.
Yes.
Okay, and do you see things suggestive of?
Photograph, but I'm sure that you will have others. For example, on the bodice here, you can see this edge around the buttons. I believe it went up about that far.
Okay. I'll have a couple of other photographs of the buttons in just a second, but the first area that you indicated around the bodice, I think you called it,
Yes.
that faint white line that's sort of irregular going up, is that indicative of it was sort of?
Yes.
Take a look at, and this may help us a little bit, I have marked as people's next in order, people 31. It's a photograph of what appears to be the left buttons on the sleeve, correct?
Yes.
All right, or the buttons on the left sleeve, is that right?
Yes.
Do you see that telltale, and actually, with the court's permission, I'm gonna, if I could approach the witness, this is a much better photograph. There's a certain subtlety in this photograph that you may not be able to see as it's projected overhead in this lighting. Do you see that telltale sign of saturation in and around the button area?
Yes, and actually, I believe the jury should be able to see this. See this edge right here? This is actually a subtle color difference. This is all red hued, and this is an area, there's a little strip here where it is the black color of the jacket without the blood on it.
Your Honor, may I?
Yes.
If I hold my left index finger toward the outer edge, am I showing only the edge difference in bloody portion and the non-bloody? The area that you just described for the jurors, and it's shown a little bit better in the smaller version of People's 131 of the buttons. themselves.
Yes, it appears on the buttons and under the buttons, along with some other body tissue. And I should say there is other body tissues in all the saturation that's on the left side as well as on the right side. And if you look at the inside of the jacket, you can see now the blood cells are very small. They're only a few, what we call microns across. These other pieces of body tissue are larger, and those don't soak through the fabric. But blood cells are small enough that they can follow the weave of the fabric and soak in.
As a matter of fact, I may have a photograph that would assist you in explaining that. People's next in order 132, I believe, Your Honor.
It
is the interior, or that same cuff that appears to be folded back. Do you see that saturation that you're describing for the jurors going all the way through to the inner lining of that left cuff?
Yes.
What is it that we're looking at in this photograph in the discoloration?
You'll see here the threads, buttons on, so looking at the cuff and lining, and all is due to the presence of blood cells. That's all blood that is soaked through.
Was next in order 133.
Correct.
This is just a closer look at those buttons, or that button area of the left sleeve. Does this photograph clearly depict the saturation and contamination that you were earlier describing for the jurors?
Yes,
So-
and here's for there's the threads.
That appears on the sleeves, that is the contamination.
This whole area is saturated, and this is all blood and body tissue on every one of these buttons.
All right, so any tissue or blood that's found on these buttons is not the product of blood spatter from the gunshot wound. This is the product of contamination from Lana Clarkson having been rolled on her left side. Is that correct?
I would have to say yes, and that's also supported by the fact that when you look at the chair, there is no blood on the left side. If you look at the pictures of her seated in the chair, were adjacent to and touching the side of the chair. If this had existed before the body was moved, there should have been for the whole left arm.
And you found none?
None.
And did you examine the chair in person, or did you just look at photographs of the chair?
I examined the chair in person.
You actually have that chair in evidence, do you not?
Yes.
I want to check a second, and Clarkson's purse. Examining the photographs from Ms. Clarkson's purse was actually attached to her. Look at what's been previously marked as People's 62 for identification, and tell me if you've looked at these four photographs.
Yes.
Yeah. Based on your review of the photographs, I'm going to keep repeating myself. The photographs that you looked at were of much higher quality than the lighting conditions allow for here. Correct?
Yes.
Based on your examination of the photographs of Ms. Clarkson at the scene, on her body, and where it was in relation to the chair as well as the floor.
The purse was, for the most part, on the edge of the jacket shoulder, sort of slipping off. And it is a shoulder bag, and actually, as it appears at the scene, when you have a shoulder strap purse. And I know, you told her, as you would carry it on your shoulder, when she sat or was put into the chair, however she got into the chair, the back strap, what would normally be coming down the back, actually hooked to an open gate position, so that the front now was the back in this sitting position.
Okay.
And in looking at the you can, as you get closer, you see the flow, the bodice of the jacket, one on there, and then there's down onto the carpet, and where you had a blood dripping into blood pattern, as well as part of it flowing out. And a blood dripping into blood pattern there.
The review that you undertook back at the lab of the actual consistent, and was the blood in purse as well as being on the strap itself, was that consistent with those that you tried to?
In addition to the blood flow, I did find blood spatter on part of the purse strap, which was not part of the blood drop into blood drop kind of pattern. Have direction and orientation associated with an orient around Lana's head. And it was on a part of that the purse was in such an odd flipped around position. It was on a part of the strap that would not be exposed to any. So that is part of the directional blood spatter that I included in my interpretation.
So, may I?
StreamYard, why do you do this to me?
For those of us who don't carry purses, that toward the rear of Lana Clarkson is actually, as she has the strap situated on her shoulder, should be toward her foot. The strap is oriented to her rear, correct?
Yes.
All right. Based on the blood pattern, the blood stain pattern analysis that you undertook on that, whether or position?
Position, and that's based on the spatter that I found that
I'm aggravated with StreamYard, and I'm aggravated with Hank Brennan. I don't know which I'm more aggravated at right now. The Commonwealth moves for an order that defense counsel refrained from claiming in their opening statement that any of the victims' injuries were caused by any person or animal that was inside the home at 34 Fairview Road. Based on the defense's request to show the abrasions to the victim's arm in opening statement, the Commonwealth notes that the court has ruled the defense is precluded from mentioning any reference to third-party culprit claims prior to establishing a viable basis supported by admissible evidence, and any mention of third-party culprit claims relative to the abrasions would be improper. Hank, can they just please present their defense? She has to have a defense, dude. She has to. You have to let them give her defense. She's allowed to her defense. What the fudge? I am so sick of this man. 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 Well, it would work better if I would share my screen first.
Purse was on her shoulder, consistent with how it is, or maybe just off her shoulder. And the purse was actually hung up on the arm of the chair and twisted almost 180. You wear a purse, correct, Dr. Harold? To be in that
Her shoulder, and that's all she can answer, not as to what Ms. Clarkson, whether or not she can answer from her personal experience, how it would affect her.
usually, just like men carrying wallets in their pockets, you've got a preferred pocket and the way you carry it. If you are used to having a shoulder bag, for me, I'm a left shoulder person.
Did I make Maleficent's eyebrows too mean? Did I project? Was I mad and project?
I personally would prefer to change it and not sit that way.
All right. Take a look at, and this goes to the analysis that you undertook back at.
It is.
Are these photographs, these 4 photographs, indicative of the purse as you saw it back at the lab?
Yes.
And there are some red arrows. You've already explained what certain red arrows mean. It simply means that you're identifying for the photograph and for your reference that there are blood stains there, correct?
Yes.
They're not identifying every single blood stain on this purse, correct?
Correct.
And photograph D is kind of interesting. What is it that the jurors are looking at in photograph D?
Photograph D is one of those areas of the purse strap where there is a directional blood stain. It's hard to see against the black background, but you can see a very angular, long, and directional drop. The long length of it compared to the width means that it hit that strap at a very steep angle. And I can tell from the shape and this little tail coming off that it was moving in this direction.
From top left to bottom right.
Correct, as that picture was taken.
Okay. And this is photograph, the doctor was talking about photograph D in People's 134 for identification. And just so we're clear, this is actually, you described what a photomicrograph is, correct?
Yes.
Is that what we're looking at?
Yes, and it was taken as an example of some of the directional spatter that I saw on the purse.
And that's part of what led you to the conclusion that in fact the purse was in its position as we saw in those other photographs when the shot was fired, correct?
Yes.
Okay, one more time, we're going to change gears a little bit. I'm going to ask you about Miss Clarkson's hands and whether or not you reviewed certain photographs of Miss Clarkson's hands that were taken at the scene. Your Honor, if I could have Mark, and I realize I'm doing this for a reason, there are other photographs of Miss Clarkson's hands. This exhibit I think will be very helpful if you don't mind. It's one of the few ones that I'm going to duplicate. People's 135, I believe.
Yes.
Contains photograph A and B that appear to be of Miss Clarkson's right hand. Did you review these photographs during the course of your analysis in this case?
Yes.
With regard to her right hand, what, if anything, how did these photographs assist you in making determinations in this case?
In this particular instance, I was having difficulty with both the right and left hands. For some reason, the flash was too bright compared to what people had said that they were trying to photograph as small blood stains. They were not readily apparent to me. There are some freckles on her hands. And if I couldn't tell independently that I was seeing blood, I opted to be conservative.
1 second, one of the jurors, I think, needs a new pencil. Yeah, if somebody can, there we go. Thank you. Okay. All right, you can go ahead and continue. Thank you.
Sorry.
No problem.
I opted to be conservative and to draw conclusions. There in the right hand what appears to be two small drops of blood, but they're not photographed well enough that I can tell the shape or the position, so I did not rely on them. Hence, in part, my inability to place her hands ultimately.
Not see, I'm going to use the word copious for whatever that means to you. You didn't see an abundant amount of blood spatter on either one of her hands, correct?
No.
Okay, I do want to talk to you a little bit about Ms. Clarkson's left hand, however, and I'm going to mark as people's next in order 136. A document that bears two photographs. They're very similar. One just has a ruler in it, and for purposes on the overhead, it doesn't look like much, but there's actually a little bit more detail in photograph B than photograph A. And with the court's permission, I'd like to approach. Utilizing this if you need to. Show the jurors, if you don't mind. Well, I'll get to that in just a second. Did you see these photographs previously?
Yes.
All right, and you saw the actual photographs, not these recreations, correct?
Yes.
Did you see in the photographs of Ms. Clarkson's left hand any observable blood spatter?
Yes.
Describe that for the jurors, please.
It is on, let's see if I see, it is barely visible in photograph B up here. There is a directional drop in this web area, and it appears to have hit the target at a very steep angle and appears directional from upper left to lower right as the photograph is.
Doctor, I'm going to ask you while you're describing that, because the jurors will actually have access to this document in the back. Maybe you could put a red circle around what it is that you're describing, since it's a little bit difficult to see.
I am going to place that circle in photograph B around the spatter.
All right.
And that would appear in the photograph. I guess a good reference for it is sort of up above the 7 and the case number.
Okay.
Yeah. In addition to the spatter on the hand, there is red areas toward the palm or the meat of the base of the thumb.
Okay.
That is not spatter, but appears to be some kind of transferred blood or smeared blood.
Can you utilize the laser pointer and show the jurors, maybe in photograph B or A or both, where it is that you saw this contact or transfer smear?
In photograph B, it is up at, this is toward the wrist. And actually, it does show much, it shows better in the hard copy that you handed me. And this area, and then down into the base of the thumb.
All right. Doctor, can I ask you a quick question about that before you further your description? Does it appear, at least from the photograph, that, if I could borrow the laser pointer, that there is a, let me see, there's a contact transfer right at the top of the picture at the base of the thumb?
Yes.
And there also appears to be one just beneath it with a small gap in between. Is that right?
Yes.
And when I say a gap, I'm talking about a gap in the observable smear or transfer. So there's a blood transfer that you see, then a small gap, and a little bit higher toward the thumb, a smaller transfer. Is that right?
Yes.
And that's what's depicted in these photos?
Yes.
Okay. I want you to tell the jurors a little bit about, and contact and transfer smears are also part of blood stain pattern analysis, correct?
Yes.
Describe that for us.
There are blood stains that can be transferred from a bloody object coming in contact with a surface that previously did not have blood on it. There are blood stains that can be on a surface that then has some subsequent activity to it that causes that blood to smear. There are, in our parlance, there are things called swipes and wipes that you can see. If I had a blood-stained hand and I wiped an unstained bench, and then I am looking at the bench, I have transferred blood that has a smear on it, and likewise on the hand. Now, you can't always tell which way the transfer was. You can't always tell whether that was a spatter that was subsequently smeared, but at this point, we have a picture of some type of smeared and apparent transferred blood.
Dr. Harrell, I'm going to go a little bit out of order. Based on that last answer, I want to ask you a quick question. Can I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
He has to be on something.
Your Honor, I'd like to have, with the court's permission, marked as people's next in order.
137.
Thank you. I'm placing 137 on the bottom right. This appears to be a close-up photograph of the Colt Cobra. You actually examined the Colt Cobra in this case, did you not, Dr. Harrell?
Yes.
If I could, I'd like you to take a closer look, and again, with the court's permission, may I approach you, May? I'd like you to take a closer look at the handle of this weapon and tell me if you see what appears to be contact transfer or smeared blood on the handle of this weapon. And we'll talk more about the gun in just a second. I'm going to go out of order for a quick question that I need to ask you. Do you see contact transfer on this weapon?
Yeah, I see apparent smeared blood on this weapon.
Okay, I didn't mean to be inartful by that question. So the smeared blood is where?
In the area of the wooden grip.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, I'm not a gun terminology expert, but on the part where forward facing toward the trigger.
Okay. Do you see an area, and is it, by the way, the area that we're looking at, predominantly the left side of the gun? Of the grip?
Yes.
Okay. So for instance, well, let me ask you this first. Do you see smeared blood toward the butt of the grip, somewhat predominantly toward the middle of the photograph?
Yes.
Do you see another smeared portion of the grip up toward the top?
Yes.
Do you see a small, what appears to be a little gap between the predominantly smeared blood toward the top and the smeared blood toward the bottom?
Yes.
And that gap is about where my laser pointer is, correct?
Yes.
And when I say gap, I'm talking about a gap in the obvious blood, the smeared blood on the grip, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like you to orient the jurors for just a second. If my left hand were to come in contact with the grip of the part of the gun that we're talking about, would the left portion of the grip actually come in contact with the hang on a second, it's going to take me a second to get through this. You can see me struggling. Is the portion of the grip of the gun that we're looking at, okay, the portion where there's smeared blood, is that consistent with the portion of Lana Clarkson's hand, her left hand, that also has smeared blood on it, if in fact the gun were to be placed against her left hand?
As a bloodstain pattern analyst, I can tell you that if that gun grip had been in her left hand in the normal position of holding a gun, and either the hand or the gun grip had been bloody, you could transfer blood between those two objects. However, as a bloodstain pattern analyst, I cannot with certainty draw that conclusion, because the fact is, in this case, the photographs of the hands were not done in a manner that would allow that kind of positive conclusion. I would want to see a photograph of the whole palm.
Sure.
And that was not available, nor was I at the scene in order to see the hand.
From what I'm gathering from your last answer, Dr. Harrell, well, let me ask you this question posed a little bit differently. Is there anything inconsistent with the smeared blood on the left portion of the grip and the smeared blood, at least with a pattern that appears in those two photographs? Granted that you want to see more photographs if you could. Is there anything completely inconsistent with those two things coming in contact with one another?
No. As a pattern analyst, I have to say, though, in this scene and this case circumstance, I view this as there are three possible sources of moving blood, given the situation at the scene. One is the gun, one is the diaper, and one is Mr. Spector.
All right.
And so I cannot eliminate those possibilities based on these photographs.
Yes, ma'am. Do you need the pen any? No. Okay. I want to talk just a little bit more about the stain that appears on the gun and the stain that appeared on Miss Clarkson's hand. The stain that appears on the gun is not blood spatter, correct?
Not on this portion of the gun, no.
I'm sorry, I was, again, a little bit inartful. What we're looking at here and what you've been describing on that left portion of the grip, that is not blood spatter, correct?
In its current condition, it appears to be smeared blood.
All right, and so that could not have come from, the way it's in its condition now, it could not have come from the gunshot wound, correct?
Well,
Bad question?
yes, it is.
Okay.
It must have come from the gunshot wound, otherwise Lana would not be bleeding.
How about this? Let me try this again. The blood spatter event.
It is not in its current condition. It does not appear to be the result of blowback or back spatter.
Okay, better way to say that. All right, perfect.
It currently is smeared.
The blood on Miss Clarkson's hand, on her left hand, is not the product of blowback or back spatter either, is it?
No.
Okay.
Well, yes and no. Let's get this straight.
Sure.
The blood that is outside of her had to originate either as blowback or from her subsequently bleeding from the event. So in that sense, yes, this is all the result of the blood flow after she's been injured. Now, what you can't tell in some of these situations is whether that was spattered and subsequently smeared, whether it was transferred to what was previously a clean grip that had no spatter. But what you can tell when you do have spatter is something about the size of the spatter and the position. So the spatter becomes more interpretable than the resultant smears. Does that make sense?
I'm on the edge of following you. I guess my question is this. Let me try to put it in.
Theoretically, there could have been spatter on the grip, and then a subsequent event smeared it, and it now appears as a smear, and I would not be able to tell you that there necessarily was or was not spatter there previously.
Okay, I think I'm following that.
Okay.
My question is this, and I think you may have just answered it. Something subsequent to the gunshot caused the pattern of blood that we see on the grip, correct?
If I understand how you're asking it, yes.
Okay, in other words, something or somebody came in contact with blood from Lana Clarkson, and that blood was smeared or transferred onto that grip, correct?
Or there was spatter on the grip that somebody subsequently smeared something or some object, such as the diaper.
Okay, and understanding that, I guess what I'm asking is, can you tell from the pattern of smears on this gun that something or somebody came in contact with that gun after Lana Clarkson had been shot?
Yes, because it's not spatter.
Okay, that's the question I've been trying.
Yes,
I've been
okay.
kind of nibbling around the edges.
Yes.
That's the question I have. Can you also tell that something or someone came in contact with Lana Clarkson's hand after the gunshot?
At least for that part that appears to be transferred.
All right. So,
Once again, making the assumption that there's not, that was an underlying spatter. Well, I guess I see what you're trying to ask. I'm struggling with how to word it properly. Yes, some action would have had to have smeared that blood after the discharge of the weapon.
okay, and that's a great way to put it. Some action
Yes.
would have had to have smeared the blood on the grip after the discharge happened, correct?
Yes.
All right. So in both People's 137 and People's 136, and that's the gun, the grip, and the hand, Lana Clarkson's left hand. Somebody smeared that blood after Lana Clarkson was shot, correct?
Somebody or something, because we're back to 3 movable objects. Mr. Spector, the gun, and the diaper.
Right, but the gun doesn't move itself, correct?
Correct.
So if Mr. Spector's the only one in the room, Mr. Spector, if he moved the gun, he would have been the one manipulating it.
By inference, yes.
Okay, and the rag doesn't move itself, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so if by inference that rag was moved and Mr. Spector was the only person living inside the room, Mr. Spector would have moved the rag, yes?
Yes.
So from
And I'm assuming that there's no law enforcement personnel involved,
right,
subsequent activity to entering
right,
the house, because I wasn't there.
Understand.
I can't.
Understand. But assuming from my question
Yes.
that how Miss Clarkson's hands appeared were how, and how the gun was basically how it was found at the scene.
Yes.
Okay. If there was blood on the gun, okay, and I'm going back to, let's go back to People's 136. Okay, taking People's 136, there's no exhibit number up there yet, but we'll get to that. Taking People's 136 into consideration and the smear or the smeared blood that you see on the upper portion of Ms. Clarkson's left hand, if somebody, well, let me back up for just a second. If there was blood on the left grip of the gun, however it got there, okay, and somebody pressed the gun against Ms. Clarkson's left hand, then pulled it away, would that be consistent with the type of smear that you see both on the gun, the contact smear that you see on the gun, and Ms. Clarkson's hand?
I would have to say that's a possibility,
Okay.
but I would have to, as an expert, give that a caution possibility because once again, I can't see the hand well enough to make that as a positive determination.
Okay. But
Yes.
I guess that's why I couched the question sort of equivocally, is it consistent?
It's one mechanism that could account for it.
Thank you. Did you also look at Ms. Clarkson's shoes?
Yes,
Did you look at her actual physical shoes or photographs of her shoes, or both?
both.
Okay. As a matter of fact, let's take a look at what's been previously marked as People's 115 for identification, and tell me if you recognize what's depicted in these 4 photographs.
Those are the shoes that I examined, and the 4 photographs were taken in the laboratory photo studio at my direction.
Did you also look at Ms. Clarkson's nylons?
Yes,
Okay. And were you looking specifically with an eye toward determining whether or not there was blood spatter on the shoes and or the nylons?
yes.
Tell me what your analysis revealed.
I found no blood on the shoes. Hence, I only have overall photographs taken because there was nothing close up to take a picture of.
Okay.
And on the pantyhose, the only blood that I found at the time I examined them was the saturation on the left hip associated with the blood pooling event at the coroner's office.
No evidence of spatter.
No,
Did you also look at, you said that you did have the chair in evidence, correct?
yes,
And I think I told you that I had a couple of extra photographs of the chair that I wanted you to look at. You actually examined the chair in total, correct?
yes,
And had studio photos taken of the chair as well.
yes.
Okay, let's take a look at a couple of exhibits to orient ourselves. First of all, People's 62 has been previously marked. Tell me if you recognize these 4 photographs. I think we've already seen these 4 photographs.
Yes,
Is that the chair that you received in evidence?
yes,
And can you tell by some of the staining, the blood staining in these photographs, that what you received in evidence is in fact the same chair?
yes. There were additional pictures, numerous pictures taken of the chair at the scene,
Okay.
and by not necessarily just these, but I could tell and compare the chair to what I had and determine not only was it the same chair, but I got it in the same condition as when it left the scene.
Okay.
In other words, there was no additional staining or accidental smears or wipes. It appeared the same.
Okay. Take a look at what's been marked as People's 94. Are these some of the photographs that you're talking about having been taken at the scene before the chair was removed from the scene?
Yes,
Okay. I want you to look at a couple of the other studio photographs. I think we've seen some of these, if not all of them. People's 101. Do you recognize those photographs?
yes.
How do you recognize them, Mr. Tucker?
They were taken at my direction.
Okay. And that shows the front of the chair and the back of the chair, yes?
Yes.
People's 102.
Left and right side of the same chair.
And those were taken at your direction in the studio as well, correct?
Yes.
And People's 104.
Same chair, taken at the same time.
Okay.
Yes.
I want to stay on this photograph for just a second and ask you what it is that we're looking at, especially with sub-photograph B as in boy in People's 104.
Generally, we have the overall pictures taken of the chair to document, first of all, the observation that there was no blood on the left-hand side. I didn't take any close-up pictures because there was nothing close-up to photograph for bloodstain pattern purposes. On the right side, what you're seeing on the chair back is the area where her right shoulder was in contact with the chair, where the jacket had saturated on the back side. And you can see after that fabric started to saturate, it was flowing down, never got past the back cushion here. There's actually a drip that comes down the side and hits this seat fabric, but doesn't go much past that. There is saturation on the seat bottom in part from the flow down her jacket through her clothing garments and the position she was in. And then there is some staining on the side, which you can see in the side pictures, which is the flow down into the purse we already talked about. And there is some spatter on the side, which is part of that blood dripping into blood phenomenon. And then there is some spatter occurring up here forward of the arm of the chair, the wooden rest that comes down. And there was spatter occurring on the rear facing side of this wood arm baluster here. No spatter leg chair. The blood was dripping into the purse, either inside the purse or below the purse, because the purse was not actually touching it. It was pooling in the carpet, going toward the bottom of the chair as opposed to out into the room. And I actually did not find any spatter on the legs of the chair. That information is kind of important because it could have an effect on the further interpretation as we go along. And also in looking at the photos, do not be misled by the fact that this wood had an antiquing process on it that left little spots appearing. So if you looked at the photographs rapidly or didn't have photographs close enough, you could in fact mistake them for having blood spatter, when in fact it was this gilding antiquing on the chair.
All right. On that, have you finished answering? I'm sorry.
That's okay.
We've reached 4 o'clock.
Your Honor, if I could have one more question to I guess this goes along with the last answer.
Okay.
Dr. Harold, what was the forwardmost area that you saw evidence of high velocity back spatter on the chair?
In the area up here.
Close to where that red arrow is?
Yes, and a little bit more forward of that.
Okay.
The rest of the seat was devoid of spatter. And actually, that's called a void area. That's because Lana Clarkson herself was occupying that space, so it was not available for blood to spatter on.
But the area to the right is shown, it's pointing kind of on the picture to the right side of the chair. That is not a void area, but you found no high velocity back spatter. Basically, any further forward than that area, maybe a little beneath that arrow, correct?
A little more forward of that area.
Yes, ma'am. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Judge, that's all I have on this issue.
All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, one of your members has pre-existing appointment scheduled done several months ago. We will not be in session tomorrow. We'll resume 9:30 on Thursday. Keep in mind the admonition. We'll see you then. The witness is excused until that time. Thank you. All right, the jurors in the offensive left. Yes, Mr. Clark.
Yeah, this morning, we received some discovery from Dr. Harold. I picked it up at the laboratory. There was one area of discovery that the people are claiming is not discoverable, that they want to raise an issue with the court. I've had many discussions with Mr. Ocampo regarding that. It has to do with Dr. Harold's analysis and looking at slides that were turned over to the people about 2 months ago that were when we looked at the evidence relating to the jacket and the buttons and so forth. And what their basis of claiming that it's not discoverable is, apparently there were photo micrographs, if I understood Dr. Harold correctly, of that, and that she did something with it. And we would like to get a ruling on that. It's one thing that we just didn't agree on that we need to bring it to the court's attention.
Thank you. People?
My understanding is based on the slides, I think it was Dr. DeMaio.
Yes.
Yeah, Dr. DeMaio supplied us, who was one of the defense experts, supplied us with, I think, 10 slides that he's intending. They're the product of his second report. He gave us one report, and then he supplied us with a second report based on those additional slides, and I think those slides were of samples taken from Lana Clarkson's jacket. Lynn Harold, based on those slides themselves and based on what is anticipated to be possibly defense expert testimony from Dr. Mayo, I believe took some photographs in the studio concerning what the slides were and what the anticipated direct examination of Dr. DeMaio might be. We're not using those. We're not bringing those out in our case in chief. We have no interest in what Dr. DeMaio's slides were at this point. If he testifies, it's a big if, then they may become relevant. And if he testifies, we will turn them over. At this point, we're not using them there in our case in chief, and they're not exculpatory.
Well, the question then becomes, and I'm going to have to go look at a couple of cases, whether you're required to turn over potential rebuttal evidence. Yeah. Because that's what you're saying it is.
It is. In essence, that's what I'm saying. If Dr. DeMaio testifies, depending on how he testifies, they may become relevant. They may be completely irrelevant if he testifies a different way than is anticipated.
Mr. Lord.
He's given a report, and I think the working assumption is that he looked at the slides, and basically his second report is what does he see in the slides. He talks about seeing certain things that are in, I don't know what you call it, but the stuff that he looks at on the slides has a certain morphology he sees, and his report tells us that. I think the reasonable anticipated issue is that he will testify consistent with his report. I know no different. If we choose to ask him questions on that, which at this point I expect that we do, I believe that they may have some rebuttal. They're going to use these photographs. And I think under the law, we should get rebuttal just like we had to give the report. The report may be rebuttal to something that is also said. We don't know. But in any event, I think it's discoverable under the discovery statute. There's certainly no case that says they can hold back on that. It's either going to be testimony or it's going to be something that's consistent with what Dr. DeMaio says, which is somewhat Brady material if there's an agreement with what Dr. DeMaio says. So one way or the other, I think it's discoverable.
Okay. There's a couple of recent cases on the duty of prosecutors to turn over rebuttal evidence. Something tells me that they need to do it, but I want to check my cases. If indeed that's what they say, then it needs to be turned over. But I'll double check. I'll let you know by Thursday.
Whatever the court's ruling is,
okay.
I have no problem.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Rosen? Yes.
We've talked amongst ourselves regarding the question that the court did very briefly of the jurors when I think it was two jurors brought to Wendy's attention that they had seen a headline, so we quickly turned it over.
Yes.
And after we had a moment to think about it and talk about it, we actually would like either the court or ourselves to ask a few questions of whoever those two jurors were.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
We can do that Thursday at the court's convenience.
That's fine.
Actually, there's only one.
I think it's adjourned. We can go get
Yeah,
it.
we can go check.
We'll take care of it. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Is present with his counsel. The district attorneys are present. The jurors, alternates, and witness previously sworn and still under oath are present, and you may resume.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Harrell, we had a day off, so I want to kind of get back. You were in the process of explaining 3 answers to questions that are the number 1, the location and position of Lana Clarkson at the time of the discharge of the weapon. Number 2, where was the gun and what was its orientation at the time of the discharge? And number 3, where was Philip Spector's jacket at the time of the discharge and his clothing? In doing so, we covered on Tuesday the location and position and you head and face, correct?
Yes.
And that was based on blood flow and physical examination of photographs, crime scene, correct? But explained to the jurors the location and position of the slip dress, and that was both from your examination of photographs as well as your examination, your forensics examination of the actual dress itself, correct?
Yes, the slip dress was where it was. I was explaining the patterns that I saw in the dress.
Okay. You did the same thing with the jacket. Then you explained the patterns of the blood flow that you saw. You explained the patterns of the contaminant that she was found, correct?
Yes,
You also explained to the jurors there was material found on Ms. Clarkson's abdomen as she was seated in the chair, correct?
yes, it was artificial porcelain.
My mistake, correct. Crown material, I should say, probably.
Yes,
And you discussed her at length where we left off, correct? You discussed your review of her
yes.
an examination of her as well as her left and right hands, correct?
Yeah,
When we left off, and you also discussed a little bit about your examination
Yes.
and those shoes microscopically as well as macroscopically. When we left off, did you have the laser pointer with you again?
yes,
When we left off areas and certain blood stains that were consistent with the photographs that you saw of Miss Clarkson actually seated in the chair at the location, correct?
yes.
I want to get back to that. That's sort of where we left off, and I want you to explain to the jurors what is it was the right side as
And people's number, what is it, 104?
104. Correct.
The overall picture was taken to basically show in general on the whole legs of the chair, front and back, on both sides, there was no blood. There was no blood on this forward-facing part of the seat. There was blood on the seat back. There is blood that is consistent with her position and coincides with the stain that's on the right side back of her jacket, where she was in a position to have been bleeding, dripping blood for a period of time. And it's actually part of the jacket, point and dripped down, and there's actually one little drop that onto the. There is on the back part of the bottom, which coincides with her position and where there was contact with her clothing that had a blood flow on it that subsequently went on to the. There is a void area here and here. It coincides with her body position as she was seated in the chair.
May the record reflect when the witness said here and here, she was referring to People's 104 photograph A, basically the center portion of the cushion of the seat cushion of the chair.
Yes.
Thank you. Go Go ahead, Dr. Harrell.
There is blood on the right arm of the chair, on the upholstery, that coincides with the blood flow down her jacket onto the purse strap, and then down into where the purse was hanging on the side of the chair. And on the back side of this armrest, this being the forward-facing side, on the rearward-facing side, there is some spatter that has directionality to it that indicates it was acquired in that position on the chair when the source of blood was behind the forward wood brace on the chair. And there is, where the red arrow is here, some spatter that appears to in part originate from the drip, drip, drip in the purse, and in part has some direct that orients back toward Lana Clarkson's head as an area of origin. And those places where there's spatter are all in positions that were not occupied by Lana Clarkson. In other words, they were exposed and available to be spattered in the position that she was first seen at the scene, seated in.
And you base that opinion on, at least in part, your review of photographs of Ms. Clarkson as she was found.
Yes, as well as actually examining every single one of those pieces of physical evidence.
Take a look at what's been previously marked as People 61B as in boy, this photograph, and explain for the jurors if this photograph establishes the void area as well as the exposed area. And I want to concentrate your answer, Dr. Harrell, on the rear-facing arm of the chair that you just explained had spatter on it, as well as the right side of the seat cushion that you saw spatter on.
The rearward-facing part of the wooden arm would be here. That does not point in a position or a direction that indicates it originated from the dropping of blood into her purse.
So it's not satellite spatter?
No,
Okay.
It would appear not to be.
All right.
And it's also some spatter, not on this side of the purse strap, but on the other side of the purse strap.
The side closest to her?
This side closest to her. And that would not be exposed to drip, drip, drip kind of blood from the purse.
All right.
And in looking at those, they orient back toward her head as the source or area of origin. This.
I would say, what about the seat now, moving on to that?
You can barely see in this picture right here some red area where the flow came down her jacket over the purse strap and down the side of the jacket onto the seat, and then subsequently down onto the purse. And from here it was going in two different directions. It either was drip, drip, dripping into the top of the bag. There is a drip and drip pattern there. Or it was continuing on the outside of the purse down all the way to the floor. And you can barely see in this picture the pool of blood on the floor underneath the purse.
And drawing your attention toward the forward side of the seat cushion, the portion that's between the purse and Ms. Clarkson, almost the leading edge of the chair. Did you see blood spatter in that area as well?
There was in this forward, I guess you would call it the right front corner.
All right.
Of the seat bottom on the upholstery at the top, in between where she was and the purse was.
All right. And there was, and that, how would you describe the spatter that you saw there? Go back to 104, please. Let's take a look at people's 104 while you're describing that.
Some of it was fine to mist-like,
All right.
consistent with originating from the gunshot wound event.
All right. And that was when you say consistent with the gunshot wound event, that was the only spatter or high velocity back spatter that you found on the chair, correct? You didn't find any further forward than I think you described on Tuesday when we were together, just forward of where that red arrow is on photograph A. That was about as far forward as you found that high velocity misting type of blood on the chair itself, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And photograph B in People's 104 highlights a couple of those stains, correct?
Actually, that highlights the ones that were taken for DNA typing,
Okay.
but in that same vicinity.
Okay.
Is where there were smaller ones.
All right. Dr. Harrell, based on, and that kind of brings us up to the point that we were just about to finish with on Tuesday, and I want to ask you kind of that final question concerning the first question that we have. Based on your examination of all the evidence concerning Lana Clarkson's head and face, the positioning of her head, the positioning of her face, the blood, the jacket, the blood flow on the dress, the high velocity back spatter that you found on the dress, the tooth material on Miss Clarkson's abdomen, her purse, her nylons being taken into consideration, her shoes being taken into consideration, as well as your examination of the chair that she was seated in. Do you have an opinion based on all of that evidence as to the location and position?
Yes.
Tell us what that opinion is.
And
Okay. That time I can't blame the dogs. That was me. I had to go get Peeps. I had to go get Peeps. I have birthday cake Peeps. I had to go get some Peeps. Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I'm very, very sorry. I'm so sorry. Jamie, you're embarrassing me. It won't even let me share my screen. Come on. Please let me screen. It won't even let me share my screen. We might be done for today, guys. Bill, you don't eat Peeps.
Sitting there. If she had been in a more upright position, that tooth material would have, it was not bloody, it was not stuck to the dress in something like dried blood, it was free to fall. So if she had been in a more upright position, it would have been lower down.
Mid her her wrists, not the front of her wrists. Would that indicate, could you, as a blood stain pattern, could you look out, but the back of hands facing, sorry, the back of her hands were facing
Size of the stains and the distribution of the stains, because someone could say that could be different difference in the interpretation. If that was present, what you could say is it had to have been somewhere forward blood stations and not his hands. I would have to see that pattern to see if I could make it any more precise than it.
Going back to that scientific postulate that you gave us on Tuesday, certainly blood doesn't turn corners if it's in flight, correct?
Correct. It doesn't go, fly around.
That confirms, in fact, that the bullet did pass through the spine, as there is bone material. The purse didn't move. It was in that location, in that position, correct?
Essentially in that location. I can't tell you if people rushing, it was in essence in that position.
The blood stain.
In that position at the time of discharge and during a period of time subsequent to that, while Lana was still draining blood.
All right. Her legs, given that she couldn't move a muscle, her legs suggested scientifically that her legs were basically, is that right?
Yes.
Her back, as she is leaning back against that chair, her back would necessitate that her face, which is the source of the blood, correct? And I'm talking about the back spatter blood. Her face would be behind the plane of that rear-facing armrest.
Yes.
Okay, so in other words, may I go?
Yes.
The rear-facing portion of the armrest, if you were to assume that that's the plane, her head was behind that plane, correct?
Yes.
yet her head was facing to the right of center at the point that she was shot, correct?
Yes,
So the gun would have been just to the right of center. Trajectory of the bullet was basically center point straight back, correct?
yes, coupled with what I know about the gun and what's on the side of the gun.
And we'll talk about that in just a second as well. So you can say scientifically, based on location and position, that what we're looking at, that Lana Clarkson was in at the point at which she died, with the exception that you've noted of the actual position of her hands, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. I want to change gears, Dr. Harrell, if you don't mind, and talk a little bit about the gun. Tell me if you recognize this set of 6 photographs.
E and D were taken in our photo studio, and I actually took picture E.
Photographs.
Yes.
Okay. Again, I think we've heard this phrase a couple of times, or this term. Am I going to get it right? Photomicrograph?
Yes.
Okay. Did you observe blood in various locations and different parts of this particular gun during the course of your examination of the gun?
Yes, I did.
Could you describe the distribution of that blood on this particular gun and your conclusions concerning that?
Different parts of the gun had different kinds on it or different patterns to it. Picture F is the with them. On the barrel of the gun, there's engraving on
I think we should just be done for today. I don't know what is up with StreamYard today. I think we should just be done. And when we start back, we can start where they started talking about the gun. When they got off the chair and started talking about the gun. Because I don't know what is up with StreamYard today, but it just isn't cooperating. So before we start on Monday, I will clear my cookies and all that kind of good stuff, and maybe it will run smoother. I can't believe this is happening again right before the Karen Reed trial. Because it had started doing good there again for a while, and then they keep adding stuff. They need to stop. Like now they've got that whole stupid share your referral link thing. You can click or not, so it's in the description. They should have just left it where it was in the description. They need to stop messing with the program. Or maybe have have a basic downloadable version or something. I don't know why they keep messing with it. Stop. God, StreamYard. And they gotta know it's like the main program that everybody uses. I hope so. Hopefully, maybe. And then I step away for 30 seconds and picks that time to crash. And now I'm making lunch for me and Belle, and it's like I can't even walk away anymore. So just I'm sorry guys. I know it's not my fault, but still. So Monday, we'll try to get through all of hers on Monday because I just had pulled up the direct with AJ, and then I think her cross is with the what's her name? Dr. Boden's wife. Because she has the 3 names. I can never remember the full thing. The Boden chick, the blonde with the bad hair. So, all right, guys. I will see you guys on Monday. Have a good weekend. Enjoy Easter, whatever your plans are, if you celebrate. And then Tuesday, we're going to still do Phil, but just for like an hour or so in the morning. And then Karen Reed. I'm nervous for her. I'm excited because hopefully this will be the last time. And hopefully, if there's a hung jury, they'll be smart enough to not prosecute her again. So I'm nervous and excited for all at the same time. I'm ready to get this going. And I didn't feel like this last time because I knew nothing about the case last time. It was just another trial, But this time it's like, oh, what's going to happen? And Brennan is just, that man, I thought Lally was bad, but I feel like Lally was just doing his job. This guy he's slimy. He just, he wants to twist every little thing and don't talk about anything happening in the house. Something happens in a house when someone goes in and never comes back out. And one of the things that I have a feeling, since we know that Hank is going to play parts from our interviews, and this is why you don't give interviews, guys, because Karen says, well, I saw him go in, but then she says, well, I saw him standing there with the door open, but I never saw him go in. And I don't remember if that was 2 different interviews or if it was the same interview. But she has said in public, yes, I saw him go in, and then, well, I saw him there with the door open. I don't know if he ever went in or not. So that's going to come back to bite her in the ass now. There's a gnat or something keeps flying around. So I'm pretty sure that's going to come up. And Brennan's going to use that as proof that he was never in the house. But it's not. Just because you don't see, she's sitting in a car knowing he's going to go in the house and come back out and tell her. She's not, probably was doing something on her phone or whatever, not paying attention, right? I mean, that's not proof of anything. But of course, the people that think she's guilty would say the opposite. That's not strong evidence either way. Because they're going to say, oh, well, yeah, that's absolutely proof that he didn't go in the house. She didn't see him go in the house. Well, we can say just because she didn't see him go in the house doesn't mean that he didn't, So it's not really strong proof either way, but it'll get brought up. I guarantee you it'll get brought up. So I so badly want to find a documentary about Whitey Bulger. I don't know if he's in, if he would be in one about him, though. I mean, nowadays you see a documentary about someone on trial and you see their attorneys in it, but I don't know. Because I just, and Judy, didn't you say you saw, tell me again where you saw that interview with him about Whitey Bulger? Because I forgot and I want to watch it. Yeah. Yeah, but no one's going to say that. Everybody said he didn't come in the house. Stupid gnat. And my big question, and we're never going to get an answer on, is Jen McCabe. Why was she so anxious to get John O'Keefe there? She wanted him there for a reason. And she tried to get Karen away from him. Like, she just wanted John there. I don't know. That's a conspiracy theory. That's not. But she kept texting him. Like, are you here? Park behind me, you know. I don't know. Why is everyone protecting these people? So he's a cop. So what? Cops are human. I don't know. Okay, well, I will see you guys on Monday and we'll do some more of this. I'm surprised that, well, I mean, we've been doing this. Somebody told me this trial went on for months and months and months and months and months. When we've been doing other trials, we've done like an hour a day. And then we're doing like 4 or 5 hour blocks on other days. And we've been doing this for 43 days. So that's like a month and a half. And so we've been doing this for like a month and a half, and we haven't been watching like. Did that bug just go up my nose? Where is it? It's gonna drive me crazy. But the state is about to rest. That doesn't seem like months and months and months and months. Okay, let's see if StreamYard can at least handle this much. We are here. We're right here. 108. So there's one more direct. 109. And then 110 is outside the presence of the jury again. Don't know what that's about. I mean, I'm sure it's about that piece of evidence, but other than that, I don't know. And then I guess we've got Cross. And there's Linda Kinney Bodden. That's her name. And there's AJ again. So that must be redirect. She didn't cross her for very long then. And then we've got more outside the presence of the jury. More outside the presence of the... Oh, and we've got some kind of video of a gun test. You guys know how I feel about tests. Oh, who is that woman? Is that a former girlfriend or something? Oh, we got Sarah Kaplan. I guess she decided she didn't want to go to jail. I don't know if these are... Wait, we've got... Oh, they must have put on a rebuttal case. Because there's Renteria again. Wait, how much longer have we got? Good Lord. There's Dr. Bodden testifying for the defense that his wife is an attorney on, which I think is wrong. That's just me. Oh, good. It didn't go up my nose, but it's back. Go away. Oh, great. They're going to put a super, super long case on. Oh, those are closings. Okay. What the heck is this? We're doing demonstrations and closing. What, is Phil going to get up and do a demonstration and closing? Look at that. Oh my God. So we are not even halfway through yet. GBH News. I gotta write that down because I'll forget. And was it on YouTube? It was on YouTube, right? Okay. All right. You know, they said when they were talking about the third party culprit thing, they said that it wasn't allowed. Oh, wait. They said it wasn't allowed in opening statements, just like last time. If you stand up and say Karen Reed was framed, how is that not putting a third party culprit in opening? Isn't just saying that? I'm gonna kill that bug before the day's over, y'all. I promise. No, I don't promise, because I don't make promises that I can't keep. So I don't promise, but I want to kill this bug. It's driving me crazy. She said something like, "Oh, just like last time." So if you get up and say that somebody's framed, how is that different from putting forth a third party culprit defense? If you're framed, missed him again. Or it, or her, or what? See her angry eyebrows? That's how I feel right now. StreamYard bug, Hank. Having a bad day, y'all. Okay, I can't wait to hear AJ's opening now. I wonder who's doing closing. I hope Victoria gets to actually do something. Because from her point of view, being on the jury and watching this case unfold before her, and I'm in shock that she was even allowed on the jury. But I would love to sit down and have a talk with her. Like, what did you think as a lawyer as you watch this case unfold in front of you? Like, she's got to have like a special insight, opinion about this case that is unique to everybody else on her defense team, because she came in knowing nothing and looking at it as a juror, not as a lawyer, but with lawyers' knowledge. Whose LinkedIn says chef? Yeah. Everybody thinks they know everything from watching Law and Order. And no, absolutely not. Victoria George? It says chef? Well, she better be a real lawyer. She's on the team now. Yeah, I love when we watch body cam footage and everybody's like, "Give me my phone call. I get a phone call." Not really. You got to do everything the cops say to do first, and then you might get a phone call. I'm so mad at StreamYard. I don't know what to do. Kathy, bless her heart, on Court Vibes, she got all new internet too. And now she's having trouble with the internet itself. So we're all in the same boat. It's not just me, but it's aggravating. It's so aggravating. And I wanted to get the new internet before the trial. I thought that would be the big fix, and nope. Yeah. And the thing was with that is that Hank twisted that so bad. He made it seem like, and Bev knew the truth too. She knew it. Because in the first trial, oh yeah, that, yeah. I hate that. I'm always like, and I'll do it every time they say it. I'm like, you don't have to be Mirandized unless they're gonna ask you questions. He said they had a relationship No, they did not. In the first trial, outside the presence of the jury, they told Bev they had not had a chance to depose those witnesses. They didn't know what they were going to say. And Bev said, "Are you seriously telling me that you're going to put witnesses on the stand and you have no idea what they're going to say?" And he was like, "Yes, we have not had time to depose them. We weren't allowed." I think he actually said that they weren't allowed to talk to them because they were part of the federal investigation. They contacted the defense. And then we didn't know anything more than that until Brennan opened his mouth. And what Brennan said was that there were email exchanges back and forth. And then who got up? Alessi got up and defended them by saying they weren't like in-depth communications. They were emails from ARCA that said, "This is what you need to ask us," basically, was all it was. Other than that, it was the logistics about getting them there, what date they were going to get there, where they were going to stay, that kind of stuff. And then during the trial, AJ asked if they were paying them anything, and they said no, because they hadn't yet. And then after the trial was over, they got a bill. And they even, I don't know how lawyer stuff works, so I don't know who they asked, but they asked somebody that was higher up than them about the ethical issues of paying them at that point. And they were told it was fine to go ahead and pay them. But they didn't pay like everything for like all the researching and the tests and all that stuff. They only paid for their testimony at the trial and their travel expenses and their hotel stay. That's all they paid for, which was a fraction of the total amount they had been paid for all of their work on the case. So none of that is shady. None of it. But Brennan twisted it. He spun it to make it sound like they had been in communication the whole time and they lied to the court and they were hiding things from the Commonwealth. And none of that was true. And then Bev just fell right into it and acted like it was. Oh, that person. Okay. She's a chef. I wonder if she works at House of Blues or something. Or one of the restaurants or whatever that they went to all the time. So she might be a defense. She might be a defense witness. Yeah, because as I scrolled, there was a few like really, really pretty girls like that. So they were probably girls that went to his house and didn't get threatened with a pew-pew. Yeah. Because Bev was like, "Are you like she didn't believe him. She was like, "Are you seriously telling me you're going to put a witness on the stand that you haven't deposed yet?" Because that's you never ask a question you don't know the answer to. So lawyers don't do that. They don't put somebody on the stand that they haven't already talked to. Which it makes sense now in hindsight that there was an email from them saying, "Ask me these questions." That makes it make a little more sense. They knew that they were going to be testifying in favor of the defense, but ask me these questions. And there was even one question in the email where the guy said, I forgot what the question was. Oh, about something about pedestrians. Oh, it was about pedestrians and visibility at night, I think. And he said, "But you don't have to ask me that if you don't want to." But AJ asked him anyway. So that was something that was bad, could have been bad for his case, but he asked him anyway. So they weren't trying to hide anything. It was work product. It wasn't discovery. It didn't need to be turned over. But Bev, she went, oh, good, we're going to run with this. So, and like I said, I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know the ins and outs of the law, but I don't know how she's getting away with this. I really don't. But I guess she thinks she can, so she's doing it. But I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't say anything. I don't want to get sued because I don't have anything. So I don't want to end up homeless. But what else have we found out, Judy? The buffer zone stays. I'm trying to think. Judy's been sending me like her decisions and stuff. My mind is trying to blank, but oh, Aiden Carney gets to be in the courtroom, except for just like last time, except for the witnesses that he supposedly intimidated. He can't be in there when they're testifying. Garrett Wing can testify. I hope he brings that fake arm with that has the linear they're calling them abrasions. I don't like the word abrasions for that. I'm not saying it's incorrect because Dr. Russell knows her stuff, so I'm not going to correct Dr. Russell. But to me, those are lacerations. Because anything that cuts the skin, to me, is a laceration. Abrasions are more like scratches or bruising, scraping. But those are cuts. So to me, that's lacerations. She's calling it abrasions. Whatever. The reconsideration or the sound. Wait, where'd it go? The reconsideration for the sound copy of the Sallyport video. Allowed in part and denied in part. The Commonwealth has agreed to the motion insofar as it seeks to have a defense expert download a protected file pertaining to this case from the Canton Police Department. To the extent the motion seeks an order permitting the defense to forensically image the entire Canton Police detective file, it is denied. That's okay. They don't need the whole Canton Police file. They just need that original Sallyport video. Okay, so Wing can testify but the Commonwealth can renew its motion prior to Wing taking the stand. Which means we're probably going to get a voir dire in the middle of the trial. Great. So James Crosby is allowed in part and denied in part. Dr. Crosby is clearly qualified as an expert, but he is precluded from testifying that his bite mark analysis excludes Chloe as the cause of the marks on the victim's arm. He is not precluded from testifying to the anatomy of a canine mouth or of Chloe in particular, including the measurements of her mouth. To the extent there is a question as to what testimony The Commonwealth may elicit from Dr. Crosby to rebut any defense expert. It can be raised at trial. How many years has it been? That was in 21, right? I think. So that was in 21. That was 4 years ago. How much do you think that dog's mouth has changed in 4 years? Dogs bite hard stuff, wear their teeth down, break their teeth. Whatever. Motion for notice of, oh, that's boring. Commonwealth's notion of intention to introduce extrajudicial statements of defendants. The defendant does not object to the introduction. Why didn't you object? Karen, you should have just kept your mouth shut, honey. The defendant does not object to the introduction of the defendant's extrajudicial statements. To the extent that the defendant objects to the Commonwealth's use of an independent reader. Oh, this is the text messages. For text messages between the defendant and John O'Keefe, the defendant should submit her objection in writing by close of business on April 18th. Okay, so they have to submit a motion for that. Bev, seriously? They stood up in court and said they didn't want it. I know you have to do those written, but still. Okay, where's the second page? Oh, I think I clicked on the same one again. I can't find the second page. Oh, well, that's all I can find. Okay, well. Well, do you guys want to try StreamYard some more? Or not? Maybe taking a break made StreamYard decide to comply. Let's see, maybe I gave it a rest. Maybe it'll be nice now. Maybe it just needed a rest. It was tired.
Purse didn't move. It was in that location, in that position, correct?
Essentially in that location. I can't tell you if people rushing in didn't, move it a millimeter over, but it was in essence in that position.
The blood stain pattern that you saw and examined on that, give or take a few millimeters or a centimeter here or there, basically in that position, correct?
It appears to be in that position at the time of discharge. Yes.
Her back, as she is leaning. Her face would be behind the plane of that rear-facing armrest.
Yes.
Okay, so in other words, may I go?
Yes.
The rear-facing portion of the armrest, if you were to assume that that's the plane, her head was behind that plane, correct?
Yes.
Yet her head was facing to the right of center at the point that she was shot, correct?
Yes.
So the gun would have been just to the right of center at the point at which she was shot, understanding that the trajectory of the bullet was basically center point straight back, correct?
Yes, coupled with what I know about the gun and what's on the side of the gun.
And we'll talk about that in just a second as well. So you can say scientifically, based on location and position, that what we're looking at in this photograph is basically the position and the location that Lana Clarkson was in at the point at which she died, with the exception that you've noted of the actual position of her hands, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. I want to change gears, Dr. Harrell, if you don't mind, and talk a little bit about the gun. I'd like you to take a look at what's been previously marked as People 65 for identification and tell me if you recognize this set of 6 photographs.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize these photographs, Dr. Harrell?
Some of them were taken in the A, B, C, and D were taken in our photo studio, and I actually took picture E and F through the stereo microscope.
Those are your photographs?
Yes.
Okay. Again, I think we've heard this phrase a couple of times, or this term. Am I going to get it right? Photomicrograph?
Yes.
Okay. Did you observe blood in various locations and different parts of this particular gun during the course of your examination of the gun?
Yes, I did.
Could you describe the distribution of that blood on this particular gun and your conclusions concerning that?
Different parts of the gun had different kinds of blood on it or different patterns to it. Picture F is depicting is an example of the blood that I did or didn't find associated with the barrel of the gun. On the barrel of the gun, there's engraving on both sides of it. One side says Cobra 38 Special, and actually I've forgotten what the other side says. When I examined this stereo microscopically, I noted that there was blood. This engraving is a depression in the barrel. there was blood in the engraving of the letters on both sides, but there was no corresponding blood on the barrel of the gun. And that's another feature of blood in general. It doesn't differentially deposit. It doesn't hit the barrel of the gun and only go into the engraving. So that was unusual. It occurred on both sides of the barrel. I examined the scene photographs to see what position the gun was found in versus any other movement of the gun, how it was handled, how it was unloaded, and which side it was laying on the carpet. I looked at the gun again to see if there was any indication that blood would have been removed by touching the carpet or touching some kind of fabric, such as a fabric or carpet tuft impression. I found a similar distribution of blood associated with the grip. The grip of the gun is wood. If you look at, for example, let's go to photo D. And at the top where it attaches to the frame, there is what's called a medallion, and that occurs on both sides of the gun. And the medallion itself is recessed into the grip of the gun. And the medallion is shown from one side of the gun an E, and it's a Colt logo. It has the word Colt, and the animal, the letters, and the stippling, you see, the little dots, are all raised, but still lower than the upper surface or grip of the gun. And when you look at that,
Lower than the upper surface?
of the grip of the gun. And when you look at that microscopically, you can actually see blood in the recesses, but not on the upper surfaces of the medallion. And that was true on both sides of the gun. In addition to that, in looking at the sight, the forward-facing sight of the gun, if you look at photograph B, for example, at the end of the barrel, there is what's called a sight. And that sight had no blood on the sides, no blood on the front, but the back part of it, facing toward the trigger, which has a downward slope here, the back sight, it has serrations, and that had blood in it. Yet there was no blood anywhere on the outer surfaces of the rest of the barrel. I also noticed that what are called cylinder stop notches. When you look at the cylinder, and the best shot of that appears to be A. The cylinder has several kinds of recesses in it, and one of them occurs at this backward toward the trigger side, and it's actually a recess once the gun fires. It's a notch that's a mechanical mechanism for the cylinder to turn and then stop at the next proper position for firing. There was blood down in those recesses, small microscopic blood spatter. Maybe I shouldn't use the word spatter. There were small amounts of blood in there, but not on the upper surfaces of the cylinder. And then there are these horizontal, what appear to be lines in the photographs. They're actually depressions in the metal, and there was blood deposited in those recesses without corresponding blood on the upper surfaces of the barrel. I also noticed in parts of the gun, and the barrel in particular, there is what I call a hazy modeling. And if you look at photograph F, that kind of depicts it the best of these pictures. The best way for me to describe it to you is if you take a wet rag and you wipe stainless steel appliances or a window and you get that hazy mottled appearance from the wetness there. That appeared along the barrel of the gun on both sides in those areas where there wasn't blood on the upper surfaces where you would expect it, given that there was blood in these recesses.
Dr. Harrell, thank you for that. You've covered a lot of bases. I think there are a series of photographs that I could show you that enhance what you've just told the jurors, and maybe we could walk through those and you can explain what it is that we're looking at. I've already marked as people's next in order, people's 137. Maybe we could take a look at that and you could describe whether or not that photograph describes, at least in part, some of the blood that you found on the grip, the forward-facing grip and the left side of the grip, and as well as the recesses of the hatchwork that's on the wooden grip itself.
137 was marked the other day.
Correct.
Okay.
What's been previously marked as 137.
Okay.
Yes,
Thank
Your
you.
Honor.
All right.
I believe we talked about this picture the other day. Actually, in this part of what you can see in this photograph is the place where the grip, the wooden grip, attaches to the frame of the gun. And by the way, I'm not a firearms expert, so I may misuse the terms and give Jim Carroll a heart attack, but I'm using common day language. And there is smeared blood in this area.
And you're pointing to the forward-facing portion of the left side of the grip, correct?
Of the wood grip and the metal frame.
Okay.
Where it attaches. And this is one of those medallions. There's one on each side of the grip.
There are also,
right and left.
I didn't mean to interrupt. I'm sorry. There are also recesses in the grip. I mean, obviously the grip is made for grip, for lack of a better word. So there's hatch work in the wood itself, correct?
There's hatch work in the wood itself. There was blood in that hatch work, but there was also blood on the upper surfaces of the grip.
Okay, so down toward the grip area, you found blood on both the raised surfaces and the subordinate surfaces or the recessed surfaces, correct?
Yes.
And when you're talking about raised and recessed surfaces, take a look over my head, Dr. Harrell. You see how the wall is situated, and it's the same way over the judge's head. There are, looks like slats. When you're talking about raised and recessed surfaces, using that as an example for the jurors, the recessed surfaces would be the dark areas that you wouldn't touch if you were to wipe your hand straight across that wall. And the raised surfaces would be the slats that would be available to touch if you were to wipe something, say, straight across it, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that's what you're describing in various portions of this gun, right?
Yes.
On the grip area of the gun, the part that we're looking at now, where the smeared blood appears to be, there is evidence of blood both on the raised and the recessed surfaces of that hatchwork. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. Take a look at the other side of the gun. Your Honor, this has not been marked with the court's permission. People's 138.
Yes.
This is the right side of the gun. Do you see evidence of blood on that grip area?
As I recall, because this picture is a little different than when I took my notes on.
Okay.
This is blood down here.
All right. Would it be better if you took a look at the actual photograph rather than the overhead?
It might help.
Yeah, Your Honor. Yeah.
That's better. I actually, Sudi enlarged it a little bit. There is blood in this area, and this is the other medallion that I was talking about.
Okay. So is that some of the blood that you're talking about on the lower portion of the grip, including the hatchwork on the right side of the gun?
Yes.
All right. Let's mark as people's next in order with the court's permission, people's 139. This is just an enlargement of the forward-facing portion of the bottom of the grip, correct?
Yes.
All right. Do you see evidence of the smeared blood that you were describing for the jurors, both on Tuesday and this morning.
Yeah, it's the same as the previous picture we looked at, just a little more face-on direct orientation.
All right.
And here's smeared blood. It goes across the wood. It goes across the metal frame.
All right, and we have a highlighted, Sudi, if you wouldn't mind, People's Next in Order 140 appears to be the same photograph in A. It bears 3 photographs. The same photograph in A as we've seen previously of basically predominantly the left side of the grip, and then close-up photographs in B and C of that leading edge of the metal where the grip meets the frame of the gun, correct?
Yes.
And is that indicative of some of the smeared blood that you were talking about, or contact blood that you were talking about existing on the bottom portion of the grip?
Yes. If you look at B, for example, this is blood staining here. Actually, to me, this is a pattern that resembles friction ridge skin, palm or finger, as a contact transfer, I guess you would call it.
All right.
However, in chemical processing, it did not result in any identifiable prints.
Okay. I guess my question, are these photographs what you described as spatter? In other words, with the bloodletting event that you described happening, the single gunshot to the back of Ms. Clarkson's throat and the back spatter that did come back from that single gunshot, is this evidence of that particular back spatter, or has this blood been somehow moved after the bloodletting event?
It is smeared blood. It is not spatter such as direct back spatter from the gunshot discharge.
So if Ms. Clarkson was, of course, immediately incapacitated, she didn't make this pattern, correct?
Correct.
Take a look at what I'd like to have marked as People's Next in Order, People's 141. So marked. And this will, I think, help the jurors with the medallion that you earlier described. Is this a photograph or a sub-photographs or micro photographs of the medallion in those areas that you described?
Yes. B, C, and D are photomicrographs. Microphoto is a very tiny picture. That's how you remember to say it the other way around.
A microphoto, right. Good point.
Photomicrographs.
All right.
Taken by me to illustrate where the blood was or wasn't, and bearing in mind that this whole thing is recessed in the grip. And then in addition to that, there is, like on the upper surface of the Colt, no blood, but there's blood down in the recessed area that's even more recessed than the medallion. It indicates to me that there was in some way, some movement. The way I phrase it is there are places on the gun that indicate some of the blood has been moved and or removed.
All right. Moved and or removed. Is that, could the movement or removement of blood from the raised surfaces where you've talked about the engravings in the barrel, some of the recessed areas, including the flute, or the recessed areas of the cylinder, the stop notches, the recessed areas and the raised areas of this medallion, could that be a product of somebody wiping the gun off? Or wiping the gun down, I should say.
That is one possible mechanism.
All right. You indicated a little earlier, before we move on to the next exhibit, you indicated a little earlier that you did look at specifically the gun for evidence of having come in contact with fabric, for instance, just dropping by fabric, or evidence that it was moved about or wiped down by the carpet, correct?
Yes, and for me, I did look to see that. For me to see that that was the way or the mechanism that moved and it would be readily visible to me, the blood would have had to have been wet at the time and then no subsequent activity, such as, although we're not to the pants pocket yet, you could have put the gun in the pants pocket, for example, which does have blood in it, and then pulled the gun back out. And if there was a fabric impression, you may obliterate it. So it's one of those instances where the absence of a pattern doesn't mean that mechanism did not occur, did occur. It's inconclusive.
However, concerning the carpet specifically, if a wet, bloody gun had fallen to the carpet and had begun to dry on the carpet, would you expect to see some carpet fibers pulled up or dried with the blood on the gun?
Not necessarily. It depends on how much the carpet sheds.
Would you expect to see some kind of a pattern consistent with the carpet if, in fact, a wet, bloody gun had been laying on the carpet and not moved and began to dry?
That's a possibility, but then it's one of those situations where if the pattern is there, you can draw a conclusion. If the pattern is not there, you cannot make a conclusion that must have or did in fact happen.
Did you see any pattern consistent with the gun laying on the carpet on this gun?
No.
You indicated that certain recesses appeared to have been, appeared not to have blood on them, correct? I'm sorry, I said that wrong. Certain portions of the gun did not appear to have blood on them, and certain portions in the recesses did, correct?
Yes.
Now, the grip of the gun, where one might hold that gun naturally, had blood on both the recesses and the portions that were not recessed, correct?
Yes.
All right. Whereas the frame and the barrel in that area, including the sight, the top of the front of the barrel or the muzzle area of the barrel, the cylinder, including the raised areas of the cylinder, the raised areas of the stop notches, all were above that grip area, and they all appeared to have blood moved or removed from it, correct?
Yes.
On both sides, correct?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, it was both sides of the sight that had blood, that did not show evidence of blood, correct?
Correct.
Yet the front or the leading edge of the sight did have blood on it, correct?
No.
I'm sorry, the rear-facing ramp did have blood on it,
Yes.
correct? Yet the leading edge did not have blood on it.
Yes.
All right. Did that lead you to the conclusion concerning the sight itself that blood had been moved or removed on that sight area?
In general, along the 2-inch barrel, it appears that the blood has been moved or removed because of that differential deposit of blood.
All right. And again, we're talking about the sight area now. We're talking about both the left side of the sight and the right side of the sight, correct?
Yes.
All right. Let's move to the barrel. People's next in order, Your Honor. People's 142.
141.
Your Honor, I may have gotten ahead of you. I think 141 was the medallion.
I'm sorry, I didn't get that. All right.
Okay, People's 142 appears to be 4 photographs of different areas of the barrel, and let's talk about that for just a second. You saw recessed engravings on both sides of the barrel. You simply can't remember what the other side said, correct?
Yeah, I can look it up. Or
It doesn't matter. There's some writing on it.
yes.
And you saw blood in the writing on both sides of the barrel.
Yes.
You saw no blood on the raised areas or the smooth areas of either side of the barrel, correct?
Correct.
And we're talking about the left side and the right side, correct?
Yes.
With regard to the cylinder, I'll get back to People's 142 in just a second, but while I ask you a couple of questions, I'm going to mark 2 more photographs or sets of photographs with the court's permission. People's 143 appears to be here we go, a highlighted portion of that site. And of course, this is just photograph A is the gun in general. Photograph B is a an enlargement of just the site and the rear ramp area. And we'll talk about the white material on the ramp in just a second. But what we were just discussing, that side, that broad side of the site on both the left and right is what you're talking about having no evidence of blood on it, correct?
Not only the right and left side, but the forward-facing
That arc.
part of the site.
Okay.
Yes.
And then we were moving on to, and this is where I wanted to get now, People's next in order, People's 144, is another photograph of the gun as well as photomicrographs of the stopnotch area. All right, those are, explain what the jurors are looking at in photographs B and C. We're pretty familiar with the gun itself.
In photograph A, these cylinder stop notches occur at the rear toward the trigger, and they are oriented vertically relative to how this picture A is taken. Despite my photomicrographs that it got the pictures turned sideways.
Sure.
And you can see that under the stereo microscope, which is a device that allows you to look at an object with both eyes and see in 3 dimension with magnification. And I can range the magnification anywhere from 10 times to 63 times. When looking down into those depressions, there is blood down in. Actually, looking at these, there's some right there. Oops. In B, there is blood down in those depressions,
So what
but
we're
not on the upper surface.
I'm sorry, what we're looking at, Dr. Harold, is a concave. In other words, if you were to take a scoop and scoop out part of the metal, that's what we're looking at. It's actually recessed and concave in those photographs, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You saw blood in there in the stop notches, which is adjacent to the cylinder, or actually on the cylinder itself, correct?
Correct.
But not on the raised area of the cylinder. Is that right?
Correct.
Did you see that on both the left and right side of the gun?
Yes.
All right. So if I'm hearing you correctly, Dr. Harold, on both the raised and the recessed portions of the gun, left and right, you saw evidence that blood had been moved or removed from the raised portions of the gun.
Correct.
And not moved or removed into the recesses. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. You saw photographs of the gun as it lay on the carpet, correct?
Yes.
Give me just a second, Dr. Harold. I'm going to, with the court's permission, may I approach Frederick?
Yes.
Instead of having to go back to, do you see that photograph?
Yeah.
Can you see which side the gun is laying on? And I'm showing the witness exhibit People's 29B, as in boy.
I believe it was lying on its its left side, right side up.
It's left side, right side up?
It's right side up, left side down.
Can you see?
I actually didn't use this photo.
Take a look at that one.
Yeah, it's right side down, left side up.
Okay, so the orientation of the gun as it's photographed here is right side is sitting on the carpet, left side is up, correct?
Yes.
Yet you saw evidence that blood had been moved and or removed on the left side, the side not touching the carpet, correct?
Yes, it was important in my evaluation to examine all sides of the gun because one naturally would think if it is lying on the carpet on one side, that could account for the movement. But it appeared to me that this movement of the blood or removement of the blood was on at least 3 of the orientation surfaces. So its position, its static position currently on the carpet would not account for movement on the other two surfaces.
If I use this book for an example, when you're talking about what are the surfaces that you're talking about? Well, let's use the gun first before I get to an example of the book. What are the three surfaces of the gun? What sides?
Right. If you think about the gun as if you were holding it.
Yes, ma'am.
Right side of the gun, left side of the gun, top side of the gun.
All right, including the sight area, correct? Yeah. All right. So going back to this example, if this book was an example of an item laying on the floor, for instance, you saw blood that had been moved or removed on three sides of that book, all right? If I kick that book across the room, across that carpet, would that account for the movement of the blood on the other sides that are not in contact with the carpet?
Not logically.
Right.
You would have to have it come in contact with some other surface. It would have to flip or move in some manner to have the other exposed surfaces come in contact with something that would move or remove the blood.
And it would have to be pretty substantial contact with these other surfaces, wouldn't it?
I don't know what you mean by substantial.
All right.
Yeah.
The evidence that you saw was clearly on the barrel, the cylinder, the sides of the sight, the front of the sight, and portions of the raised medallion, the upper portions of the handle. That blood on both sides of the gun had been moved or removed from the raised portions of that gun. Did you also see evidence, and I'm going to go back to People's 99, what's been previously marked as People's 99. Did you also see evidence on that weapon as you examined it of actual backspatter?
Yes.
Take a look at People's 99 and explain for the jurors what it is that they're looking at and what your examination with that regard entailed.
What you're looking at is actually not the real gun involved in this incident. It is a museum model from our office's library collection of guns with similar bullets in the chamber, and you're looking down the barrel of the gun. And this position here, 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 and here are occupied by unfired cartridges that are hollow nose. In examining the gun, I found very tiny blood spatter, typical of backspatter at a high, in a high velocity event occurring on this part of the gun, the frame, and down into the hollow nose bullets that would have been exposed in the cylinder at the time of the discharge. In other words, a straight back spatter onto that part of the gun.
All right, and that was, could you associate that with the same, you okay, do you need some water?
I'm going to take a swallow, sorry. Sorry.
That's okay. Did you associate that, Dr. Harold, from the same bloodletting event, if you will, as the backspatter that you recognized on Ms. Clarkson's dress and the chair?
Yes, it is from the discharge of the weapon.
All right.
It's very tiny.
Okay.
Yes.
Is it that same mist-like spatter that you've described for these jurors before?
Yes.
All right. Take a look at what's been previously marked as People's 66. The jurors have seen this photograph a couple of different times. You're talking about, and this is actually the actual Colt Cobra and the 5 cartridges and 1 expended cartridge that was removed from the gun, correct?
Yes.
And what you're talking about where you're talking about seeing blood was in which of those cartridges?
I found back spatter, very tiny spatter, in the nose of 4 out of 5 of the unfired cartridges.
All right. And going back to People's 99, give us just a second, Dr. Harrell. How many exposed hollow point bullets do you see in that exemplar of this Colt Cobra?
4.
Thank you. I want to talk for just a second. And by the way, those the 5 cartridges, because the blood was so small, those 5 tips were sampled with 2 Q-tips, correct? Sterile swabs, if you will.
Yes, they were sampled for DNA typing.
All right. And
with 2 swabs by.
was that because of the small amount of blood that was in those, the tiny particulate matter that was in those recesses that you saw?
Actually, I don't know if that's why Steve did too.
Okay.
I know that, in fact, we pooled the sample from all of those cartridges into what ultimately was one DNA typing run, because there was so little blood in this tiny spatter that he felt he would not have enough to get a DNA result.
All right, that was my question.
Yes.
So in other words, it was the spatter was so tiny that his belief, or in working in conjunction with you and your observations of the blood in those tips, that one swab for one cartridge would not be enough to render a DNA typing result, correct?
Correct.
So he swabbed all 5 and then pooled that into 2 swabs to try to run the DNA analysis, correct?
Yes.
And that came back to Lana Clarkson's blood.
Yes, and at the time that we were doing this, we were still in the process of establishing that, in fact, there was only one bleeder at the location.
Okay. You mentioned something when you were telling the jurors about your examination of this weapon that I want to go back to very briefly. And this was previously marked, the exhibit that I'd like to go back to is previously marked as People's 142. And it shows a close-up of the areas of the barrel that you indicated you saw, and I think you called it, Dr. Harold, like mottling, M-O-T-T-L-I-N-G, mottling?
Yes.
Okay. You described it as the type of smear or stain that you might get if you had a wet rag wet with water and you wiped say a stainless steel refrigerator, the face, or the top of a stainless steel stove. You get that hazing effect, correct?
Yes.
All right. Is that what you saw on this barrel, and can you describe it for us, please?
Yeah, actually, you can see it pretty clearly in these pictures. I took these under the stereo microscope. If you look at picture A,
Let's go ahead and enlarge that photograph.
and I varied the light a little bit because, of course, it was shiny.
Okay. We're looking at an enlargement of photograph A in People's 142. What is it that the jurors should be looking at with regard to this hazing effect that you're talking about?
Well, you can see several things here. For example, because of the way the lighting is, you can see the red blood in these letters here. I had actually sampled the blood out of the larger letters, which were still substantially tiny.
All right.
And you can see that hazy modeling, in particular with the light oriented, as I had it for this particular shot. It shows fairly well around the C, around, here it is, you know.
All right. You would not ordinarily see that in a...
Picture's worth 100 words.
There
There's
you
that
go.
hazy modeling.
All right.
Yeah.
That you would not expect to see that if the barrel was in its normal condition. Say when it came out of the box from the manufacturer, it does not have that hazy modeling effect, correct?
No.
All right. That is the subject, as you put it, of something consistent with something wet wiping across a piece of metal.
Yes, that is not the result of any of the manufacturing processes or the bluing.
All right. And of course, you are aware from your examination of other evidence in this case that there was a wet and bloody rag that was recovered from the scene, which you later examined yourself, correct?
Yes.
Take a look at people's next in order, and this will bring us to the rear facing ramp of that front site one more time. I believe it's people's 145.
That's correct.
Thank you, Your Honor. You've already talked, Dr. Harold, at length and explained to the jurors what you found as far as blood is concerned on that ramp. Can you tell us what it is that you found other than blood on that ramp?
If you look at A, I am looking at the site on the front of the barrel and on the rearward facing part, the downslope toward the trigger. And if you look at picture B, that's actually turned around the other direction. Here's the barrel. Here's the forward facing part of the site, and this is the rearward facing part of the site.
In the two bottom photographs, not to interrupt you for orientation, Dr. Harold, in the two bottom photographs, the end of the muzzle where the bullet comes out is to the right of those two photographs, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
And the front side of the site is smooth. The back side of the site is serrated. It's like a series of little steps. And you can see two things there. Picture C is a closer or more highly magnified picture of picture B. And you can see in those recesses there is blood and then this white material, which I took off part of and examined by electron microscopy and a chemical test to tell me what it was composed of. Electron microscopy is a very, very, very high magnification kind of microscopy. And I determined a portion of that material to be natural tooth material. I did not examine the entirety of the white material. By the presence of natural tooth material, this told me that the gun barrel was in Lana Clarkson's mouth, behind. The sight had to have been behind her front two incisors. Even though she had a porcelain crown on those teeth, there is still remnants of natural tooth enamel and dentin present, which I observed in the photographs. I was not present at the autopsy. And I did not complete the exam looking for the porcelain part of it. The fact that it had broken, her teeth were broken enough to expose the natural tooth material. The fact that there was natural tooth material on there tells me that the gun was in the mouth with that sight behind her teeth at the time of the discharge. The crowns broke and the exposed natural tooth material, at least, and maybe part of the porcelain, is impacted on the back of the sight.
And of course, that would also lend itself to the conclusion, those findings would lend themselves to the conclusion that the gun was oriented upright as opposed to angled on one side or another, correct?
Correct. At the time of the discharge, the gun must have been in an upright, normal handling position, not turned sideways, not turned backwards, or because only her front two teeth were broken to the point that the natural tooth material was exposed.
Take a look at what's...
This would be a good time to take our recess.
Sure.
We'll try to keep it an hour at a time because it's, very scientific sort of testimony. Ladies and gentlemen, keeping in mind the admonition, we'll have a 15-minute recess. We'll resume at 11 o'clock. Thank you.
Indicated to you, which was the bullet that killed Lana Clarkson, actually severed her spine. Did you in fact look at that bullet or the portion of the bullet that you received in an effort to determine what, if anything, what forensic value that bullet may have?
Yes.
Take a look at, if it's okay with the court, People's 146
Yes.
appears to be photomicrograph of an expended bullet recovered by the coroner's office. Did you take this photograph, Dr. Harold?
Yes, I did.
And what is it that the jurors are looking at?
It is a piece of lead recovered from the body of Lana Clarkson. I had several pieces. The lead from the bullet was broken up, and I was for any materials that would help us reconstruct what happened in this incident. I started out looking actually for broken fingernail material and for tooth material to help determine whether the gun was in or outside of the mouth. And you can see right here a piece of material. And as it turned out, all of those items, which I examined microscopically, were in fact bone, a compact bone of the type that you would expect to be embedded in the lead based on path of the bullet through Lana's body.
All right. And of course, when ultimately transected or severed was Lana Clarkson's spinal cord.
Yes.
I'm sorry, her spine.
The vertebrae.
Thank you.
Yes.
You've indicated that you reviewed the gun or examined the gun in great detail. You examined the condition in great detail. You looked at the pattern of blood that was moved or removed from portions of the portions of the exposed area of the gun, as well as blood that you found in the recesses that was not able to be removed. You examined tooth material from the crime scene and photographs of tooth material as it existed at the crime scene, both on the stairway and in front of the stairway. And of course, that one single piece of tooth material or crown that was recovered from Ms. Clark. Were you able to make a determination? And I think you basically told us this. A forensic scientific determination or reconstruction of exactly where the gun was in relation to Ms. Clarkson when the fatal shot was fired.
Yes.
Is that your opinion about it being behind her teeth, the front incisors, in her mouth, from a straight front to back basic orientation and upright?
Yes.
And the recoil of the gun, and you're familiar with some muzzle flip and recoil of guns, correct?
Yes.
You've fired guns in the past?
Yes.
During the course of your job, yes?
Actually, not during the course of my job. I was learning how to shoot a gun. Via my husband hunting.
All right. Have you?
Yes, I have 6-inch revolvers.
All right, and you're familiar with the recoil that's subject to a normal human being's hand during the course of discharging a firearm.
Yes.
And the tooth material that you saw at the crime scene on the stairs and in front of the stairs was consistent with being knocked out of Lana Clarkson's mouth based on the recoil or the muzzle flip that you would expect from a .38 caliber revolver, correct?
Yes, that could have been a primary.
Across the room.
Yes.
All right. Once again, I'm going to change gears a little bit. We've gone through 2 of the 3 questions. Where was Lana Clarkson at the time she was killed? What was her location and position? What was the location and position of the weapon? I want to ask you a few questions about Philip Spector's clothing now. Did you receive in evidence, Dr. Harold, a certain black shirt, a pair of black pants, and ultimately a white jacket, the white jacket being labeled for you, item 19?
Yes.
Let's talk about those one at a time very briefly. First of all, the black shirt. I'd like to mark as people's next in order a document bearing 4 photographs, people's 147.
Somewhere.
Dr. Harold, do you see what's been marked as people's 147? It's being displayed on the overhead.
Yes.
What is this? What are we looking at?
That is the shirt that I received, identified as being Philip Spector's shirt from the night of this incident. Those are studio photographs that were taken at my direction. Photograph A is to depict the overall front of the shirt. For the purposes of scale, this is a yardstick, a meter stick. Photograph B is the lower right-hand portion of the shirt, meaning right hand as if you were wearing it. Here's the buttons on the front of the shirt. And in the lower right-hand portion, let's see, we have phaser interference here. There is a white mineral deposit on the shirt. And photographs C and D are the outside and the inside of the cuff of the right sleeve of the shirt, as if the right sleeve as if you were wearing it.
So that cuff has been unbuttoned and photographed both inside and outside, correct?
Correct. And facing up in the picture, that's the end of the sleeve. The shirt then would be.
Describe what it is that you found with regard to that white, it looks like white staining or white mineral deposit on the right sleeve predominantly, and as well as the right body, portion of the right body of the shirt.
I took some samples on a sticky disc, the same disc that we use for picking up particles for gunshot residue. And I examined those in the same instrument, the electron microscope, with the ability to give us chemical determination on it, as well as a picture of what the shape and configuration is. What I found in those white areas of deposit were a whole series of different kinds of minerals, including things like things that could be found in water, as well as of biological materials like cells, which you would expect to find on clothing that's been worn.
All right. When you received the shirt, it was in this condition. In other words, it had already dried, correct?
Yes.
And the mineral that you found, the mineral deposits that you found were not wet to the touch. Is that right?
Correct.
All right.
And I guess I should add, it does appear to me to be a mineral deposit that was made by something wet. One of my areas of expertise is fiber and fabric examination. And this is the appearance that you get when, and I think we've all experienced, you get your sleeve into something and it dries. And if you examine it closely, you'll see that nice even edge where the edge of the water was, if it was a saturation kind of event.
Did this appear to you to be a saturation type of event on that right cuff?
Yes, as opposed to, spatter, water spatter or something.
All right.
Yes.
The minerals that you found, well, let me ask you this first. You mentioned that you took a sticky disc to do your analysis of the minerals in the white stained area. You were not doing a GSR test, correct?
No, I was not. It just happens to be that you use the same device and the same instrumentation for that kind of examination.
All right. The white mineral deposit that you found dried on that right cuff, are those minerals consistent with what you might find in an average household tap water?
Yes, some of them are.
All right. And also the tap water in the house, as the normal houses are plumbed, might be the same water that you'd find in a toilet, for instance, after it's been flushed and filled.
Yes.
Yeah. People's next I'm sorry, this has previously been marked, Your Honor, People's 109 graphs.
Yes.
What is it that we're looking at?
Those are the clothing items. They are a pair of black pants that I received as belonging to Mr. Spector. And they are studio pictures. Again, that's a yardstick, a meter stick in the pictures. On the photograph A, you're seeing the front of the wearing position, and in photograph B, the pants.
Portion of the pants or the pockets.
Yes.
Tell us about that, please.
For the clothing items, I examined them for blood associated with. I did find blood on the side of the left pocket. They had this picture taken with a whole pair of pants inside out, is that you can look at a deposit of blood or a transfer of blood onto something like fabric and examine one side and the other side, and under some circumstances, such as this, you can tell whether the deposit was made inside the pocket or was it something that originated on the outside of the pants, just happened through to the pocket.
Take a look at People's 110 and tell me if you recognize these photographs.
Yes.
Are these photographs a little bit closer photographs of the upper portion of the pants and the pockets turned inside out?
Yes.
Based on your analysis, tell us a little bit about what you found with regard to the staining in that pocket.
Photograph C is the left pants pocket pulled inside out, just as if you put your left hand into your left pocket and pulled it out.
If I were to pull my pants pocket out, that's what the photograph is. That's what the photograph is depicting, correct?
Yes. And this is a close-up of it, and like with the other pictures that you've seen with the red arrows and the green arrows, they are placed there for the same reason. And you can see that there appears to be transferred blood on the inside of the left pocket. It appears to have originated on the inside of the pocket by coming in contact with something that was bloody, as opposed to having been on the outside of the skin. And the blood typing on this, or DNA, indicates that this was Lana Clarkson's blood.
All right. When you talk about that, being able to determine where the blood originated, do you mean if, for instance, this cart had blood on it, and I leaned against this cart, that might be a mechanism for me to transfer blood onto the outside of my pants and then soak through to the inside pocket area, correct?
Yes.
And maybe because my suit is dark, you might not see the blood on the outside fabric very readily, but if my pants pocket happened to be made out of a white fabric, it'd be more readily available to the human eye, correct?
Correct.
You're telling us that's not what happened in this case, correct?
Correct.
What did happen?
Something bloody came in contact with the inside of the left front pants pocket.
Mr. Spector, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I can tell that because on the inside of the pocket, for example, you have a stain that's this size, and that's why I turned the whole pair of pants inside out. So I was looking at the other side of the pocket, and the stain is either absent or smaller in size on the outside. This tells you it's actually going through the fabric from the inside of the pocket toward the outside.
So something bloody was put into Mr. Spector's left front pants pocket, correct?
Yes.
Did you also receive in evidence in review a jacket?
Yes.
Take a look at what's been previously marked as People's 107. Now, before I ask you any specific questions about People's 107, you told us a little bit on Tuesday about your experience and training with regard to blood stain analysis. You explained a little bit and gave us some foundational terminology concerning blood staining, what blood stain patterns mean, how they can be interpreted to a certain degree, the difference between low, medium, and high velocity blood spatter, the difference between forward and back spatter. All right. I stopped you during the course of your qualifications because I wanted the jurors to hear more closely in time what some of your other qualifications are with regard to bloodstain pattern analysis and forensic sciences in general. Do you also have experience in the field of criminalistics that you didn't go into? I stopped you before I let you get into all of it.
Yes.
All right. Tell me a little bit about any memberships and or associations that you have experience with.
I am a member of a couple of professional organizations. One of them is the California Association of Criminalists. Another is the International Association of Bloodstain Pattern Analysts. Those are two professional organizations that hold routine seminars, provide for training or continuing education programs, and they both publish newsletters or peer-reviewed journals. I am active in CAC than I am in attending seminars at the international meeting of bloodstain pattern analysts. I've made presentations at CAC on a variety of topics, including recognition on a level. Actually, one year they give out an award for best paper presentation. And 1 year, first place with my, because I gave 2 papers.
That's got to be
And I
first.
think that's the only that's ever happened.
I've heard a lot of qualifications. I've never heard that one.
And then body tissue identification, which is relevant. I'm also a group that is internationally sponsored a full body eye examination. We are a group of people that are training standards and voluntary guidelines for proper procedures and analysis in particular areas. As you know, trace can be any kind, hundreds of different kinds of evidence. I am in the group that is doing that for fiber, hair, paint, adhesive tapes, that kind of thing. Through that group, there are international members, and for example, the European countries have now banded together to form a similar group, and we have liaisons. So in essence, belonging to organizations like that allows me to interact with people from all over the world that are doing similar things, to know what their standards of practice are and what variations and techniques can be used, or different tricks of the trade, as we call them. I have served as technical liaison to actually the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, where we've been looking for technology transfer between aerospace industries and their scientific instruments and things that could be applied in forensic science. I have also served as a technical advisory panel member to a company that was preparing and has prepared a needs assessment to the National Institute of Standards. That's the organization that makes certain standard materials that all laboratories can use to ensure their instruments are operating properly, that type of thing. I've also been an invited presenter to a number of international symposia, including one in which I did a presentation on evidence recovery associated with skeletal remains. Another was on impression evidence. Another was on body tissue identification and hair identification from many different kinds of animals, not just humans, because we do run into animal and vegetable materials that are important in some crime scenes. I did another presentation that had to do with adhesive tape, duct tape, and ink. These were all based on case-related researches that I had to do in order to answer specific questions for that case.
Have you also been asked to peer review certain articles for industry periodicals as well as for industry textbooks?
Yes, I have done several peer reviews of technical articles. When you publish an article in a reputable journal, it has to go through what is called peer review. The editor sends your scientific work out to several experts in the area who read it and determine whether it in fact is solid scientific standing and should be published and would be therefore acceptable to the general scientific community. Most recently, I've reviewed 2 chapters for a book that's yet to come out by the identification people known as the source book. And the reason I reviewed those chapters is it has 2 chapters on how skin and friction ridge develops and forms and maintains its integrity throughout your life. And my education in histology, or the scientific identification of body tissues through the microscope, has always been applied from the time I first learned it to something in forensic science, even if it's not in my little niche in the lab.
All right, Dr. Harrell, thank you for that. And that brings us full circle. Now I want to talk about some of the body tissues that you did or didn't find on Philip Spector's jacket. Placed on the overhead what's been previously marked as People's 107. Do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
That is item number 19, as I know it, a white jacket related to this particular case that I examined initially for the presence of any information that it could provide in the case. And as with the other clothing, what you see here is a representation with the red arrows and the green arrows. The red arrows are pointing to places where there is blood on the white jacket.
And obviously, we're not seeing the back of the jacket. I'll get to that photograph in just a second, People's 108. You indicated, Dr. Harrell, that on the slip dress, there were certain, not all of them, but there were certain blood stains that you could actually apply a certain directionality to, correct?
Yes.
Are these arrows meant to represent any directionality on this particular garment?
No, this garment is actually a little bit different than the other ones for several reasons. Most of the blood stains on this jacket are mist-like. You can barely see them with your eye, but you can see them because it happens to be white and not black. But at the same time, there were several locations on the jacket where there were little tiny pill balls of a dark blue fiber or a black fiber. And if you were just looking at it by eye, you could misconstrue those pill balls as being blood stains. So I examined it stereomicroscopically and in fact put an arrow down where every inch of it I examined, and I put an arrow down for every blood stain on this garment that I could find. They are so tiny that when they hit the fabric, they actually followed the line of the thread of the fabric. So it artificially may have an appearance that it has a direction, but by capillary action, it goes along the fiber. So I am not trying to indicate direction with these arrows like I did on the slip dress.
Because this mist-like pattern staining that appears on this jacket is simply too small to assign any kind of directionality to.
Correct, and it's a different kind of fabric, so it's made of a different kind of fiber, and the blood followed the line of the fibers. It's actually wool.
Dr. Harold, you indicated that you looked at every inch of this jacket, correct?
Yes.
Under a stereo microscope.
Yes.
And you specifically looked at this jacket with an eye toward trying to find any blood material that may appear on the jacket, correct?
Yes.
And you looked at the front and the back, is that right?
Yes.
You looked at the left and the right sleeves.
Yes.
You looked at the front of the sleeves, you looked at the back of the sleeves.
Yes.
Take a look at People's 108 as well.
And the inside.
The interior, the lining of the jacket as well.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
There are a couple of arrows, and the green ones tend to wash out here, but there are a couple of arrows on the back of the sleeves as well, specifically looking at the left cuff on the back or inside leading edge of that left cuff, as well as some staining on the back of the right sleeve as well, correct?
Yes.
All right. I'll get to the other types of staining that you found on this jacket in a quick second. You mentioned something that I want to make sure we clear up for the jurors. Some pill balls, you said.
Yes.
Are you talking about, I've got some old t-shirts at home or some older clothes that I've tossed out, and I probably should, but when the fabric gets a little bit frayed, the actual fabric can create a tiny little pill?
Yes, or you pick up lint. You may see it as lint, but in my world, under the microscope, there's actually fibers or things.
I see.
Yes.
Okay. So that's what you were differentiating between when you said I was looking under the microscope by the naked eye. There were tiny little dark particles that could be staying on the front and the back of this jacket, was substantiated by you under a stereo microscope to be blood.
Yes.
All right. And we'll talk about that different type of blood that you found on the jacket now. Take a look at the next photograph. If I could have this marked as People's 148. What are the two types, or what were the types of different blood that you found? I'm not talking about who it belonged to, the types of blood that you found on this jacket.
There was spattered blood, and there was trans blood.
A little bit about told a lot about what blood.
Transfer blood is the result of either a bloody object coming in contact with something that wasn't bloody and transferring it to the unbloody surface, contact with something that was bloody, transfer.
People 29, with the court's permission, is an additional photograph. So is it possible to put 148 and 149 side by side? This is I'm sorry, that's still 148. Ms. Sahab will have 149 up in just a second. There's 149 with the court's permission. Dr. Harold, do you recognize the two photographs, the top being 148 and the bottom being 149?
Yes.
What is it that the jurors are looking at in these two photographs?
What you're looking at is the front of the jacket. Just below, there's one button on the front that closes the right and the left side. And just below that button, there is transferred blood. If you look at, is that picture B in the bottom?
It's actually not. It's picture 149.
This is 149?
That's correct, Dr. Hill.
And looking at 149, actually, this is a ruler that we put in, a metric ruler in the laboratory, but right here next to the ruler, that is the pocket of the jacket. It's a slit-like pocket. And here the lapel part has been opened up, so you're actually seeing the lining or inside of the jacket on the left side of the picture. There is, on the inside of that portion of the bodice of the jacket, transferred blood at the location where it pointed by the green arrow.
Okay.
Blood.
To orient us a little bit, because these are close-up photographs, there's a pocket to the right side, the far right side of people's 149. It appears to be a pocket, correct?
Yes.
That's the left pocket on the jacket, right?
Yes.
Correct. All right. Another thing that may be a little bit confusing. First of all, with regard to the blood staining that we're seeing, if you could use me as a mannequin, the stain on people's 148 on the top is on the outside close to where a button is, correct? Or maybe beneath the button?
A little bit below the button.
Okay, so that would be in this area of my jacket, if I'm pointing to the abdomen area of my jacket, close to the hem.
Yes.
All right. The other portion of the jacket that we're looking at is folded over, and it's the inside of that basic same area, a mirror area of the top photograph, correct?
Yes.
Okay. One other little bit confusing thing to me when I first looked at these photographs, this is actually a woman's jacket, isn't it?
Based on the right and left buttonholes,
Right.
and I recognize the label manufacturers being a woman's clothing manufacturer.
Okay.
I actually don't know if they manufacture men's clothes, but
Okay. But for our purposes, a man's suit normally buttons, the button is on the right side and the buttonhole is on the left side. On this jacket, it's reversed. The button is on the left side and the buttonhole is on the right side.
yes.
Okay. Consistent with the feminine design.
Yes.
All right. Take a look at you've mentioned, by the way, this sort of, you've answered the question, but those two transfer stains that you saw close to the button, were they about the size of fingers, tips of fingers, somewhere around that size?
Yes.
All right. Something bloody came in contact with the outside of the right side of the jacket and the inside of the left side of the jacket, close to or just beneath the button area, correct?
Yes.
You also mentioned that there was spatter on the jacket as well.
Yes.
People's next in order, I believe, were at 150.
Yes.
This is a very, very difficult to see what you're talking about, so I'm going to see if maybe Ms. Sahab can increase the size of that photograph. It's a different angle. Okay, let's go ahead. This has been marked as People's 150. Ms. Sahab is going to put on the overhead the same photograph just laying on its side at a different angle. Does that appear to be the same photograph, Dr. Harrell?
Yes.
Now Ms. Sahab has an opportunity to, if you could just highlight the tips, maybe all there. Yeah. What is it that the jurors are looking at with regard to these three arrows? What were you trying to highlight?
At the end of the red arrow is spattered blood.
All right, that's the type of sub-millimeter mist-like blood that you're talking about?
Yes.
All right, before you go on, I want to make sure we can orient ourselves size-wise. You use some arrows there, that giant arrow that has, I don't know if it's a 15 or a 51 or what that is on there. Do you know what that is?
So I believe a 15.
Okay. It's gigantic, obviously, and it looks like that blood spot is pretty big as well. Is this an example of the arrow that we're looking at?
Yes.
So you placed an arrow on a white board, on a white piece of fabric consistent with the arrow that I just placed on this white board, right?
Yes.
So at the end of that arrow, if we use this arrow as a relative size scale, that's the size of blood spatter that the jurors are looking at.
Yes.
Okay.
The blood is this discoloration.
What's this? Let's go back, Sudi, to the full picture. What's the significance of the blood spatter that you found on the front left? And this is the front left sort of lapel area or bodice area of the jacket.
All of the spatter that appears on the left front side is what I described as mist-like. It is less sub-millimeter size. It is typical of high velocity back spatter that is found not only in experimental setups, but has been found in other locations, such as on Lana's dress and in the nose of the bullets in the gun.
Take a look while you're describing that at people's next in order 151, Your Honor. I think this is an additional photograph that may give you some talking points. Are these also indicative that the small stains that you can't even see on this photograph, the stains that are being highlighted by those red arrows and being photographed in people's 151, are they also high velocity back spatter?
Yes.
Describe that, what it is that the jurors are looking at here.
I have placed a red arrow at every place that I found. You can barely see the dot there. Yes.
So once again,
those all were microscopically blood.
and when you say microscopically blood, if they're so small, how can you tell that they're blood?
Once again, I was using my microscope that allows me to magnify up to 63 times. The typical handheld magnifying glass is somewhere around, depending on what quality you buy, typically 5 to 10 times. In forensic science, we have microscopes that allow for magnification higher than that, while looking with both eyes and having reflected light come down on it to aid in what you're looking at. The microscope that I have is at 63 times. Between my education, experience, and what I can see, allows me to see items that I can identify as blood. Red blood cells are 5 microns across, and with the correct stains and lighting, blood stains and lighting, I can actually see red blood cells.
So you're looking at these stains not just under normal magnification, you're looking at them at basically the cellular level.
Yes.
All right. Take a look at what's been marked as people's 152.
Do you want to mark
I'm sorry.
152?
I'd like to mark 152. Okay. I'm getting ahead of myself. Is that one of the stains that you found on the fabric?
Yes.
Does that show the weave of the fabric?
Yes.
Does that also show this capillary action that you described? In other words, when the stain is embedded on the fabric, it tends to be drawn to the shape of that particular fabric.
Yes. These, actually, what you're seeing is the texture of the fabric, and each one of these, what looks like a hole, is actually part of the weave. There's multiple yarns in there, and when blood is wet and impacts certain kinds of fabrics, there's a physical phenomenon known as capillary action, where it can be drawn along the individual fibers. This happens to be wool. So, for example, this little white thing here, that's like a single wool fiber. But wool is actually sheep hair. It's non-absorbent in the sense of different than cotton, but more absorbent than something like polyester, which is a completely synthetic fiber and won't take in any kind of fluid. And it was my opinion, conservatively, given this phenomenon occurred in the preponderance of the stains, that I would not assign a directionality to them. Some of these tiny ones, even as being this tiny, you could get a direction. But given this fabric, I was not going to assign a particular direction to them.
Dr. Harold, that stain appears to be, I mean, we've got it magnified enormously on this overhead. We're talking about a sub-millimeter size particle that was flying through the air and impacted this white jacket, correct?
Yes.
Could you draw any conclusions? This appears to be longer than it is wide, or longer than it is tall, however you want to put it. Could you draw any conclusions about the relative size of this spatter as it was flying through the air, this sub-millimeter size spatter as it was flying through the air before it impacted this jacket?
Well, blood doesn't fly through the air in the elongated form. It's in a more rounded form. So when it impacted, it acquired this elongated form. Given its size, even in the elongated form, it falls into the category of the mist-like back spatter that typically cannot go farther than 2 to 3 feet due to the physical principles of blood, small droplets moving through air.
So the fabric, based on that science alone and the laws of physics that you described to us on Tuesday, that piece of fabric that has that blood stain on it was within 2 to 3 feet of the bloodletting event that ended up being on the jacket.
Yes.
Take a look at people's next in order. That would be 153.
Yes.
Did you also find staining, and I think we saw the arrow on this a little bit earlier. I want to draw your attention more pointedly to it. Did you also see any staining on the leading edge cuff of the left sleeve of Mr. Spector's jacket?
Yes.
Describe the significance of that, please.
In picture B, it's actually my hands in the gloves. I've taken the cuff. There was a blood drop that just was right square on the edge of the cuff, and part went in and part went out. So I've taken that fabric and spread it open to take a picture of it. And that is this stain here appearing in between the red arrow and the green arrow. What this means is that cuff, and actually there are 2 other stains that are appearing on the sleeve on the back side. That fabric was in a position that would expose it to the flying blood at the time of discharge. In other words, that fabric was raised toward the you gotta get the front and the back, toward the back spatter. It had to be accessible to getting spattered because blood does not fly around corners.
And you also saw mist-like staining on the back of Mr. Spector's right sleeve as well, and we've already seen photographs of that, correct?
Yes.
When you say that jacket had to be, may I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Had to be within 2 to 3 feet based on the laws of physics that we are talking about thus far, within 2 to 3 feet of the blood spattering event or the bloodletting event, you understand that according to all the forensic evidence, there was only one bloodletting event with high energy, correct?
Yes.
And that was the gunshot wound, correct?
Yes.
So according to the laws of physics alone, not taking anything else into consideration, I'll ask you about that in a second. Mr. Spector's jacket had to be within about 2 to 3 feet of that bloodletting event. In other words, 2 to 3 feet of Miss Clarkson's face, correct?
Yes.
Is there anything forensically, Dr. Harold, that establishes in your mind that the jacket was actually closer than the outside boundary that you've given us of, let's say, 3 feet?
Yes, I take into consideration, as we all must do when doing bloodstain pattern work and reconstructions, the information that we use in the interpretation is based on a series of past research, published work, and information we know from laboratory tests, coupled with the particular configuration and information known relative to that case. For example, the other day I said, we can't just go around shooting people. What we have is a scene in which we have a series of principles we can apply based on laboratory studies, compounded with what actually appears at that scene. And in this particular scene, you have a blood spattering event, which is back spatter from the gunshot. You have the ability to look at other items around you and see that this fine mist-like spatter has gone down to the hem of the skirt, can appear on the chair, that there is blood flow on the jacket, but it's flow on the jacket. It didn't blow all over the room. And you have other spattering events, including the drip, drip, drip into the purse, but that appears to be contained either in the purse or under the purse, which can create small spatter like this. You have a jacket that has an array of spatter over a given distance. Also, drip, drip, drip kind of spatter tends to vary in size. These are all pretty consistent in size. So if I overlay that information along with what we know about maximum distances based on laboratory study, it is my opinion that this jacket was closer than the 3 feet.
Can you give us an approximation of how much closer?
Well, yes and no. It had to be. I'm not proposing that he was in the chair. If he had been in the chair, he would have had probably flow on him, larger stains that we see with Lana. He's not farther than the 3 feet, and he's got to be outside the perimeter of the chair, so he's within that 2 feet of the chair.
I'd like to mark as people's next in order 154, and we should be winding down on the new exhibits, Your Honor.
All right.
This appears to have 3 photographs in it, Dr. Harold, and this highlights the blood staining on the back of Mr. Spector's right sleeve. You see that?
Yes.
Are those blood stains consistent with the atomized or mist-like spatter that you've talked about being consistent on the rest of the jacket?
Yes.
Predominantly on the left side of the jacket?
Yes.
All right. Based on everything that you've told us, can you tell us, was the person wearing this jacket facing toward or away from Miss Clarkson when she was shot?
It's my opinion that this jacket most likely was on Lana Clarkson's right side, given that her head was slightly to the right, and you have an array of blood stains that roughly go slightly off center toward her right. If the jacket was to the right, it would be within that region of blood spatter to be exposed. For example, if it had been on the left side, there's nothing on anybody's left side, nothing on the chair, nothing. So the left side is pretty much excluded. So his jacket is forward facing because blood's not going around corners. And the arms had to be raised such that the spatter on the back could get there from the spattering event.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
So based on your testimony, I'm going to try to not block my view, using you as, and your chair as a distance from the chair. Based on your forensic scientific reconstruction, you can say that that jacket was closer than 3 feet. As I'm standing to you, I'm closer than 3 feet, correct?
Yes.
I'm standing just to your right, correct?
Yes.
The left panel of my jacket is facing you, correct?
Yes.
Your head, as we are discussing this right now, or as we're talking right now, is slightly to the right, correct?
Yes.
The left sleeve of the jacket had to be up, correct?
Yes.
The right sleeve of the jacket had to be up, correct?
Yes.
And you still see the left side of my jacket, the panel of my jacket, is facing what would be the bloodletting event, correct?
Yes.
On that note, I want to let the jury go because I need to talk to counsel for a couple minutes, schedule your presence. So I'm going to excuse you until 1:45. With the exception, juror number 6, we need to get into the matters we talked about the other day concerning what you may have seen in the paper. I'd ask you to come back at 1:40 rather than 1:45. We'll do that in about 5 minutes, hopefully. So the rest of the whole jury panel is a group 1:45, juror number 6 at 1:40, the witness at 1:45. Keep in mind the admonition.
I thought that was about the fingernail tooth, whatever it is. It's about the juror number 6. I don't have it ready to go, so we're gonna have to wait and watch Court TV Buffer. But I don't care. I want to watch it. It shouldn't be too long. Lanolin causes skin irritation, and I thought they put lanolin in lotions and stuff like that. Oh, it's 23 minutes long. Okay, well, we're gonna do this, and then we'll stop.
Have left. At 1:30, we'll hear the motion to quash the search warrant. Mr. Rosen, you indicated you need to get your paperwork, so
Yes.
we be prepared to do that. The court has read and considered that, so whatever you want. Both sides, the motion factories have been working overtime. The court has been served with the following, motions, which we need to have litigated relatively quickly. There's a renewed motion to admit the statement of Vincent Tenazzo filed by the prosecution. There's also a notice of motion, a renewed motion to compel defense discovery Ray expert witness fees. The defense, and there's an addition, well, I have 2 copies. Somebody left the conformed copy with me, which I'll give to Wendy.
Look at all those. I hope all those things on his bench are not motions. I couldn't be a judge. Look at all that paperwork. Or a lawyer. They have no free time. They can't. They have to read all of this stuff constantly. I remember I asked Alita once, when do lawyers get any free time? Because I think it was after the Murdaugh remember the hearing that they had about Becky and the jury, courthouse Becky and the jury and all that, and Murdaugh when he wanted another trial? I remember asking Alita something because the defense had read Becky's book, and then there was another trial where somebody had written a book and the lawyers had read that book. And I remember asking Alita, where did they get the time to read all these books? I don't work and I don't have time to read all the books I want to read. How do they do their job, write all these motions and do all this paperwork and read all these legal briefs and read the books of the people involved in the cases? How do they have time? And she says they just hope they can make the time to read it all. They just do what they have to do to make the time. And I was like, oh my God, I like to read, but geez. No way. There is no way. That, like, too, when I went to work at a teaching hospital and saw what they put those poor interns and residents through, I was like, boy, I'm glad I didn't want to be a doctor, because sure as Pete, there's no way if I had wanted to be one, there's no way I'd want to be one now. But they changed some of the rules, though, because it used to be that doctors were on call for 24 hours straight. Some of them would be at the hospital for a full 24 hours, and we'd have to go wake them up in the middle of the night and say, we need you to come do this or that, and they'd be half asleep, just, like, why'd you wake me up? What do I have to go do? And I'm so sorry, but I had to wake you up. I would hate that. How can you got someone's life in your hands at 2:30 in the morning out of a dead sleep? No. That's the dumbest thing ever. But they changed that. I was very glad when they changed that, because that doesn't seem right. Because you're impaired. When you're that tired, you're impaired. And you have someone's life in your hands? Just, no. Some of these jobs, I just don't know how they expect people to do it all. It's crazy. I like being a nurse. I went to work. I did my job. I came home. Very, very strict boundaries. There was I didn't ever have to take work home. It was done.
I have the original of that. The defense has filed motions to, along with the motion to quash. We have the other motions for outrageous government conduct that we've already discussed. I don't know if you're ready to proceed with those. We need to set a time to hear these motions. My suggestion would be it's either with the jury.
I'm going to be tied up I'm doing one of those motions.
Okay.
I haven't read their motion for additional discovery.
There's also an outstanding question concerning the discovery in rebuttal and pursuant to People versus Gonzalez at 38 Cal 4th 932. The People are to turn over the discovery we discussed. All right.
I don't think it's before the end of the day.
All right. Thank you. We're in recess. All right, the defendant's present with this counsel. The attorney are present, juror, the audience are not present. I think this is a motion to quash. Who's going to argue that for the defense? Who's going to argue that for the defense? I'm sorry.
Who's going to argue what? Can't hear.
Motion to quash.
Me?
Mr. Rosen.
Your Honor.
Key of part of hearing. Go ahead.
Judge Fiddler. Your Honor, it's a succinct motion. At least I hope it's a succinct motion. I tried to just, as they would say, cut to the chase on it. And as the court will note, we have five basic arguments that we make. One, that the affidavit set forth no probable cause. And two, that the information was stale. Three, the simple personal opinion of the affiant was presented as expert opinion. And four, that the presentation of the affidavit to you really amounted to nothing more than an ex parte communication. And finally, of course, a violation of the Fourth Amendment. Now, I don't want to repeat everything that's in here. I just want to highlight and emphasize a couple of points. One, on the staleness issue.
Is that a legal term? Stale? Is stale? You can quash something because it was stale?
As we know, the events in question take place in February of 2003. The warrant is applied for in May of 2007. If I recall correctly, it was prepared on May 30th of 07. It was signed by this court on June 4th, and it was served on June 1st. And I believe the return on it comes back, I think, 3 or 4 days later, if I remember correctly. I'm sorry, I misspoke. It was signed on May 30th. So certainly, there is a real question that should be considered by the court in terms of the propriety of a 4-year period of time, over 48 months passing between the time of the incident and the time of when they wish to go into the home and conduct their experiments and their measurements and their photography. It seems here that also that ties into the other argument, which is there was no showing in the affidavit in support of the issuance or the request for issuance of the warrant that either the area in question was exactly the same or at least even substantially the same. That's just devoid in the affidavit whatsoever. There's just nothing that even points in that direction. And I think that that is something that certainly should have been included, or there should have been something in there to the effect so the court could draw certain conclusions and inferences. Without that being in there, I think it puts the court in a position where the court has to make a leap of logic to get to the point, well, this occurs back in February of 03, we're now in May of 07, and I will presume based on what you said, even though you've contained nothing of a factual nature or implanted nothing of a factual nature in your affidavit, that things haven't changed. This especially in light of the fact that in this particular instance, and I can speak from personal knowledge because as the court knows, I was there to accept the service of the warrant, and I was there throughout the entire 2 hours that the team was there along with Dr. Harrell. And I observed and watched from a layman's point of view. Obviously, I don't possess the knowledge or the expertise that Dr. Harrell does, but even from a layman's point of view, it became obvious very quickly, extremely fast, that they were dealing with precise and finite measurements. So I think you have to fold that into the fact that you have this long period of time between the actual search for the measurements and the photography and the actual incident. The second point I wanted to make is that if you look at Detective Tomlin's affidavit, and he was the affiant on the warrant, what you're really looking at is a lot of opinion evidence, strike that, a lot of opinion statements by Detective Tomlin. And there's only one statement that refers to anything that he gleaned in conversation or in meetings with Dr. Harrell. And I think that appears on the very bottom of, I think, the second page of the affidavit, towards the bottom. And the only thing in the entire 3-page affidavit is this statement, which I'm quoting: Dr. Harrell formed the opinion that these photographs, referring to the photographs received from Dr. Lee, are wholly inadequate to test the defendant's claims that they are high-velocity backspatter. End of quote. That's it. And interestingly enough, there's nothing contained in there. And I kept reading because I thought, well, okay, I've read this sentence. Now I'm sure there's going to be something that's going to come behind this before we get to the end of the affidavit that's going to explain why she formed this opinion and how she formed this opinion, and most importantly, what this opinion is based on. But that's not there either. He does not include any information from Dr. Harrell. He draws his own conclusions about that, but he's not the expert. He is basically, as he says, a detective and a homicide officer. And that was somewhat troubling to the defense, Your Honor, because he is not an expert criminalist like Dr. Harrell. He's not an experienced individual in doing crime scene photography, and he certainly doesn't possess any particular expertise, at least from what anybody can gather from reading the affidavit, on the analysis of blood spatter patterns. So without that, what you're really left with is his statement, which is unqualified by use of the adjective expert, as I said in my papers. And finally, it really seems to me that this should have never occurred. In part 3 of my moving papers, I've explained that I thought that, first of all, I didn't think it should have ever occurred, but certainly since it did occur, Detective Tomlin should have not put this court in the position that it did by coming to this court. He clearly could have gone to some other court in this building or any other building in the county. All judges are imbued with the same powers, certainly to either decline or to issue a search warrant based on the affidavit and the sworn testimony of the affiant, should the bench officer decide that he or she is interested in hearing from it. He didn't do that. He came running right into this courtroom while we were right in the middle of the trial. And I think it put this court in a bad position. I think what he should have done, and again, I don't condone what he did, because I think there was another remedy which certainly was much more appropriate, and I'll get to that in a second. But certainly what he did is he came running right into this court, where this court is hearing this case. There's 50 judges in this building, 50 judges in this building, other than the judge that sits in Department 106, you, Your Honor. He could have gone to any one of those, and I'm sure since he lays out in his qualifications that he's been around for a long, long time, he certainly knows other judges in the county that he could have gone to. And that leads me to the final point, which is really, this should have been handled as a discovery matter. It should have been handled as a discovery matter. It wasn't handled as a discovery matter. Really, I think, as I recall, and I don't know who's going to argue this for the prosecution, but I invite them to correct me if I am mistaken. I don't believe I am. Clearly, there was never a point where discovery was demanded through this court of the ability to come into the house, photograph whatever portions of the foyer they decided they needed to photograph, and take the measurements. That was never a subject which was broached. It was always from the beginning, as I recall, of we're going to get a search warrant to go and do this. And that was...
No, let me correct you. They requested an order in open court from me. I turned them down because I couldn't find a legal basis to sign an order, and said the only possible way to do this is a search warrant. We had this discussion in open court.
Okay, that's why I said I may be mistaken. I may have not recalled it correctly, and that's why I invited the court to comment on it. But at the same time, they could have also come to us without even going to you, Your Honor, and asked us about it. I'm not saying they would have received a yes or a no, but the choice was never presented to us.
I think, unfortunately, I think it was. There was a request that was, because I could be wrong on this one, but it was basically, we're not giving you permission to come in the house. You want to do what you have to do.
That very well may be, and again, that's why I qualified this statement. But at any rate, I think that if I am incorrect on that, I stand corrected. But it doesn't detract from the point that I made in my moving papers, and I am making here this afternoon, that Detective Tomlin, I'm not going to say should have made a better choice, because it's not necessarily a better choice or a worse choice in terms of judicial officers, but he could have made a better choice in terms of the procedure that he decided to avail himself of, which was coming into Department 106. So for all of those reasons, we are asking the court to grant this motion to quash the search warrant, and of course, that which flowed from the results of Dr. Harold's and her other colleagues who were present during the time of the service of the warrant. Thank you.
Thank you. People wish to respond?
Just briefly, Your Honor. I think the court covered a number of the issues I was going to cover with the ex parte motion. What we did is the court recalled, first asked for an order, and the court found that that was the inappropriate vehicle to try to do this. And as I recall, Mr. Plord stood up and said that they opposed this and they didn't want to do this. I think it was pretty clear that a mere request to the defense would have been, the response would have been, oh yeah, come on over. Mr. Spector would be happy to have you there. So we pursued the search warrant. And I think search warrants have affidavits. I don't know how else we could have done it. And it's not like they didn't know that we were going to do this. In fact, they did it. And unlike many or most search warrants, we informed them before, or the sheriff's department informed them before they went over there. And they were there ready to accept it, as Mr. Rosen said, in fact, videotaped the whole proceeding.
So I directed the sheriff to inform the defense. Okay. I thought because it was Mr. Spector's residence and given where we're at the trial, it was appropriate to do that.
And fine, I agree. With respect to the staleness, I don't think it's 4 years. I think it's about 15 days, as I believe was laid out in the affidavit. This all resulted really from a combination of Ms. Kinney Bodden's opening statement and Henry Lee's testimony on May 16th about a blood spot. And this blood spot was first seen by the prosecution in about October of 2006, when it was sent to us on a Post-it note without any notes or explanation. Dr. Lee's report didn't really elaborate on it. We got some pictures in the latter part of April 23rd, regarding it, that were kind of grainy and not very helpful. And so when Dr. Lee testified on the 16th after hearing a statement, and then we stand that they're going to contend this is for meters and meters and meters. And that's when the sheriff's department came to you with, we first came to you with the order and then the subsequent search warrant. I don't know if I need much to argue the probable cause. You signed it. And I guess there's the issue of whether we should have come to you or another judge. We're in trial, I assume, and I think the sheriff's department was correct in assuming that you want to know what's going on in your trial, that be blindsided with orders and search warrants from other judges and the like. I don't know. I mean, I don't know how the court feels, but I can imagine you might feel that you're not in the loop. That's exactly why with the Professor Levinson issue and the special master, we came to you too, and I think that's appropriate. So with all that, I think the motion should be denied.
All right, thank you. Anything further? Okay.
Just 2 points. If you look at the affidavit, it becomes relatively clear that the dimension, the size, and the width of the grains in the step become very important. And in fact, they even say so right here in on Bates stamp page 10,341, which is page 3 of the affidavit. And I'm quoting, "The Los Angeles Sheriff's Department criminals assigned to this case must rely solely on the wood grain of the step to attempt to determine the actual size of the stain, generating an internal scale for accurate measurements." And then it goes on. So it's not a question of 15 days, it's a question of 4 years, because there's nothing contained in the affidavit to suggest either implicitly or overtly that in fact it is exactly the same setting that it was on February 3rd and 4th of '03. Secondly, Mr. Dixon indicated to the court that you would not want to be blindsided and you would want to be kept in the loop. I would imagine that's probably true. And in a way, I kind of support that argument. But there was a better way to do it. The better way to do it would have been for either the DA, through either Mr. Dixon or Mr. Jackson, or in fact through the LA Sheriff's Department, through the good aegis of Detective Tomlin, to come to you and say, look, we are going to apply for a search warrant. And in applying for the search warrant, we want to take measurements and photographs. Do you prefer that we do it by submitting the affidavit and the request for the issuance to you? Or is it better that we put you on notice of this so you know that we're going to do this, but we're going to take it to one of your other colleagues so that we can get a detached opinion about this, because you are in trial on the case and you have to be fair to both sides? You were never given that option. Why not?
Sure, I was given the option. All I had to do was say, I won't sign this, I won't accept the search warrant, take it to another judge. So I am given the option. I'm given the option of saying I would rather not be involved in this because I'm in trial in this case, if that was the law, which it isn't. But if that is an option that I wanted to consider, I could have sent the detective to another court. It's not a matter if he has to notify me and ask what I want to do. All I have to do is tell him I don't want to do this.
No, I understand it isn't the law. I realize that no law was broken by Detective Tomlin appearing in this court and asking for the issuance to this warrant. I understand that. What I'm suggesting to this court is that it's a matter of fairness, it's a matter of equity, and it's a matter of propriety, not that there's some law in the books or a statute that is being violated. And that's our thoughts on it.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let me, in ruling, just try to take it one by one. First, the one thing I always look for when I sign any search warrant is whether or not it is stale. And of course, what we mean by stale is whether there's a reason to believe at the present time that evidence is there, and the request for a search warrant stale because there's.
It is a legal term. Cool. So the mold of Chloe's teeth is stale. It shouldn't have been allowed because it's stale. It's a legal term. Cool. I learned something today. I have to add that to my list for my short series. Stale.
There's no reason to believe that the evidence that the police are seeking would still be on the premises. But in this case, we're not looking, and we had this discussion actually in open court. Mr. Plord made the statement to the court, as I think when the original order was proposed, and there was talk of, well, no, we'll need a search warrant. Mr. Plord said, I can't understand, and I'm paraphrasing, there's not going to be any blood there anymore. He assumed they were looking for actual blood. He said, it's gone. It's been cleaned. We won't find it. And that immediately raised in my mind that if a search warrant was forthcoming, which I assumed it might have been given the discussion, that there was going to be issues else. And that's what the very first thing that I look for. But this isn't asking for something that isn't going to be there. It's asking for measurements. And there was no reason to believe that the measurements, that the physical layout was any different. Now, they can't be sure if they're not in the house, but a reasonable interpretation is that unless the house has been rebuilt, and there's been no testimony to that, that if you're going to take measurements, whether it be of a staircase or a foyer or whatever, it's not going to change. And therefore, it's not stale. And that's why I signed the warrant, along with the fact that given the statements of the affidavit, as far as I was concerned, there was probable cause. And the reason there's probable cause, and I think I mentioned once, if all it was going to do was, quote, rebut Dr. Lee based upon opening statements, that I'm not sure that that's an appropriate grounds to issue a search warrant. But when you work through it, what it comes out is it's evidence that a murder has been committed, because if you take Dr. Lee's the way he has done it, at least it's been presented here, and your constant comments, and by year I mean the defense's comments, that this is either an accident or a suicide, then the measurements are evidence of a crime, that what is being measured or what was shown does not show a suicide but shows a murder. So therefore, there is probable cause. It's not stale. As far as bringing, there is no law, there's no protocol as to who you bring a search warrant to. I have had in the past, it's not the first time this has happened, and I've seen it done both ways, where I have received a search warrant for another judge's case that is in trial for whatever reason, and sometimes it's the nature of the request that they don't want to expose the trial judge to it, where I have signed search warrants for a case that's in progress in another court. I have also seen the other done the other way, where you get a search warrant on matters that are before you, because there's nothing in it that is going to prejudice you. If I wasn't, and I already have proved that there was a likelihood that was coming, I didn't foresee that there would be anything that would prejudice me or could prejudice me in any way, and certainly there was not. So there was no, when you talk about taking sides, I didn't sign the warrant as it was first brought to me. I didn't think it had probable cause, and I told the detective, I don't understand this. It's showing probable cause. I won't sign it. If you have something more to bring me, bring it to me. And then it was rewritten, and it made a lot more sense. So therefore, and if you want to get a copy of that, if it exists, I don't have it. I don't keep search warrants. You can have a look, and you can see the difference between the two. So, and that's,
the court can provide that.
I don't have it. We don't keep copies of search warrants that we turn down. We don't keep copies of search warrants. The clerk's is filed in the clerk's office if it's actually served.
No, I know that.
But there's somewhere there should be an affidavit. If not, basically, it was written candidly, and I told the detective very poorly, and I could not follow it and get by the staleness issue. And I said, I just won't sign it in the way you brought it to me. If you clean it up and there's some probable cause, I'll consider it. And if there isn't, we're in the same boat. You don't get it signed.
We would, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be.
No, it's okay.
No, I was just saying, actually, I would make a request through the court to get a copy of that.
Do you have a copy of the
original?
See if you ever get it from the detective. I'm not sure, but somebody, certainly I want you to have it, which is exactly why I mentioned it, that now that we're litigating it, you should have a copy of it and take a look at it. And you can see the differences. Okay. And let's see, what else?
I might add also, of course, I didn't know about this till this very moment when the court.
Nobody would. I'm sharing it with you specifically because I don't want there to be out there, suddenly, no one ever told us about the other search warrant. Courts have a right to refuse search warrants, but the search warrant can be brought back if the police agency so requests. And I assumed it was going to be done, and it was, because one of the things that you can do, and you do it to make sure that it isn't taken to another court, is if somebody brings you a search warrant and you turn it down, you write refused across the front of it so that if it's taken, they can't shop it in the courthouse. Right. And there have been times in the past, and it has nothing to do with this case, where that is done, because I assumed that was going to be brought back to me. I wasn't concerned about it. In fact, the detective said he was going to have it, he was going to rewrite it. So.
And obviously, as the court knows, the defense is always the last.
That's
the caboose on the train in terms of the warrant.
Yes.
Comes from usually from the affiant to the DA to the court, and then we find out about it. And
right. Well, in this case, you got something. And the first thing when I told the detective on the search warrant that I signed, I said, I want you, and it's, believe me, that's not the law. The law is search warrants are usually served as a surprise. I said, you call the defense because this is Mr. Spector's residence, and I don't want this suddenly somebody showing up. And the detective said I was going to do that anyway. In other words, this wasn't going to be done. You show up at 6:30 in the morning or 7 o'clock in the morning and say surprise. We didn't want that to happen, or it wasn't expected that it should happen.
No, there's no issue that they were cooperative with me in that regard, but I did pick a convenient time.
Okay. And I'm trying to think what other, I want to respond to, I didn't quite, if you read the affidavit, it's clear that the detective is incorporating Dr. Harold's expertise as to why they need to go out there. And it's not, he's just not putting his own in, it's hers. And clearly that's a valid opinion on which you can rely. So I believe for all those reasons, if there's anything else, without stating so specifically, certainly I don't find anything that was improper in the application, the issuance or the service of the search warrant. So the motion to quash and suppress is denied. Now we want to take up the matter with juror number 6, and I'll ask him if he wants to do it in the jury box, if he's comfortable there. If he wants to go into chambers, it'll be reported anyway. So as soon as we find out.
I'd rather do it in chambers.
And we're doing chambers, we'll do it in chambers. Okay. Pick your 2 lawyers.
Okay, well, so much for that. I meant to do that. Well, poo. But at least I learned something. That was cool. Because the first time he said stale, I'm like, wait. Bread gets stale. Crackers get stale. Cookies get stale. What are you talking about stale? It is a legal term. Cool. Okay, guys. I gotta go lay down. This is why I can't be on the jury. Because I'm like, I can't get comfortable. There is a chair on Temu that I want. And yes, I know Temu is not as bad as Wish, but it's getting a little hit or miss. Not as bad as Wish though, but it's got like a triangular back instead of like a full back. It's just got like a triangle. I don't know if I'm gonna like that, but you can move that around to the front and lean forward on it like this, and it has a part that you can put in front of you, so you can sit cross-legged. So I love to sit cross-legged. It's the most comfortable for me, I think, because it takes some pressure off of my back, so I could sit like that and then put that in front and sit like this. So like if I get tired sitting back, so then you can do that. There's also a way that you can put it in front of you and lower it, so you can like kind of sit on your knees. There's another way you can do it too, or you can like use it as like a footrest in front of you and you can sit back. It's like a convertible chair. There's all different ways to sit, and it's regularly like $260, I think, but they have sales occasionally where you can get it for $100. So I might get that chair because that might help. I mean, this chair is more comfortable than most of the chairs in my house, and I do have a cushion in it. I got the cushion from Temu too, but it's gone flat now. It's supposed to be, it's a kitty, but you can't see the ears because they keep falling over. But whatever foam is inside of it, see, this part's still all nice and cushiony, but the bottom part I sit on is flat now. I need a new cushion. So, and I never had a butt, and I've lost some of what I didn't have. So it hurts to sit for 2. And then the girls came over the other night, and we were going to play cards. So I was sitting at the table, waiting and waiting and waiting. But what I didn't know, and I should have known, is that one of the girls needed their daddy to work on their car. And I should have known. They didn't just come over. So I was waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting. I should have stayed in bed until it was time to play cards. So finally, I went in there and I laid down. And by that time, it was not happening. So Travis goes in the bedroom. He's like, "Are you ready to play cards?" I'm like, I am in pain. I've been waiting. I thought we were going to play cards. I've been waiting and been waiting. I said, I'm in pain now. And he's like, okay. And I was going to get up and come in here, but then I hear him in the living room say, Debbie's butt hurts. I was like, oh my God. So we ended up watching a movie. So I got this to sit on the nice, comfortable living room furniture. But the other day, I was like, because I forgot after they left to like reprimand him for saying that. And so the other day, I remembered it and I was like, oh, by the way, why did you tell them my butt hurt? He goes, I didn't say your butt hurt. I said your butt bone hurt. I was like, oh. So you don't have any padding down there. So I'm going to go get off my butt bone now. Lay down in my nice, soft bed. And I will see you guys Monday. Have a great Easter weekend. And if you celebrate it, remember the reason. And be kind to people, love your family. And I will see you on Monday. And buckle up for Tuesday. And pray for Tallahassee, Florida, please. Bye.